Good morning, colleagues. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for us to start our meeting this morning. Just apologies for my voice. I'm a little bit sick, but I hope we'll have a fruitful meeting this morning. Welcome to the Minister and Deputy Ministers, the DG and his personnel, and also the honourable members present, media and other people also watching this on TV or on Zoom this morning. Welcome to all of you. Can we first, before we start, observe a moment of silence for meditation or prayer? Thank you. Do we have any apologies?
Good morning. Yes, Chairperson, Ms. Mosikadzi and Ms. Demahlangu will join the meeting later. They are on flights to Cape Town this morning. Deputy Minister Mahlobo also submitted an apology. He won't be able to attend this meeting due to prior commitment.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those apologies. We take note of the apologies. Colleagues, before we start with the briefing of the department, I just would like to inform the department on the first meeting how we deal with the department and this committee and any other institutions that is presenting to the. Firstly, because you've got the reports that serves today, we will allow you 1 hour from the minister starts till you end up your report to present your report before this committee. I would like to thank the department for presentation in time. It's much appreciated. It gave us as members enough time to go through these documentation. So it's not necessary for you to do a verbatim report to this committee. You can highlight what needs to be done. After that, members would get 5 minutes to ask questions, and you would reply immediately. If there's a follow-up question, the member would ask that question, and that will only be on the report. We only deal in the first round of questions with the report. If there is time left and there is any other questions, we will ask those questions at the end. And if you could not answer those questions, the department would have 14 days to send that to the committee in writing. I hope everybody understands this and accept the way that in future how this committee will deal with meetings with yourself and other institutions. With that said, I'm handing over for the department to brief. I'm handing over to the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of this committee. Good morning to you and all honorable members on this platform. DMC Tulu, I wish to register an apology formally of Honorable Mahlobo. Honorable Mahlobo is in Stockholm attending Water Week on behalf of our country. Thank you very much, Chair, to honorable members of this portfolio committee, DG and the team. Chair, we understood you very well on the guidance, and thank you very much for that. We are going to talk to the report without reading the report verbatim because we did submit our report on time. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to thank you and be specific on what we have been requested to do. The 2023-24 quarterly report, which you requested us to come and present today, provides a progress report on the performance of the department for the 2024-2025 financial year as it is cumulative report which aggregates performance information. 2024-2025 first quarterly report for 2024-25, which reports on progress made by the department in the period under review. We'll also highlight, as requested on the invitation, on the report on municipal debt owed to water boards with specific reference to Machabeng as per the invitation from the chair. In terms of our quarterly report, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, our reports highlight progress on matters including, but not limited to, the processing of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Bill, which was adopted, as you know, Chair, by Parliament towards the end of the 6th term, which is currently awaiting assent from the President. The department is seized with the preparatory process for the establishment of this and will lead the establishment of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, which will be made up of the TCTA and the Infrastructure Management Branch of the Department of Water and Sanitation. Honorable Chair, during the course of 2023-2024, the department released the results of its blue, green, and no drop reports as part of its work as the regulator of the water services sector in terms of Water Service Act. The drop reports indicated that the performance of municipality water and sanitation services have declined since the last time the drop reports issued in 2014. The findings of these reports were provided to all water services authorities, and they were advised as to the causes of the decline and what needs to be done about it, because we cannot just leave it unattended without also advising what municipalities are expected to do. The department, in collaboration with Cocta, Salga, and National Treasury, is providing support to municipalities to enable them to implement corrective action plans aligned to the outcomes of the previous findings of the drop reports. The support rendered includes financial support through grant funding as well as technical support to capacitate municipalities, because we have since acknowledged that there's lack of capacity in municipalities and we cannot just dispatch a grant without giving a technical capability in terms of our support. It is envisaged that these interventions will result in better outcome for the next round of assessment of these water drops. The department is also strengthening, Honorable Chair, its role as a regulator of water services by developing more comprehensive and stringent norms and standards for water services and standardizing its regulatory processes. In this regard, the department has also drafted an amendment to the Water Service Act to more clearly separate the roles of Water Service Authority to ensure that water services are provided to required standards and water service providers to provide the services, because at the moment, one entity is doing both. So I'm saying, let's separate this to enable the minister to intervene more effectively as the regulator. Chair and honorable members, the water services and the National Water Amendment Bills went through a public consultation process during the reporting period and will shortly be submitted to Cabinet for approval for the submission to Parliament, to yourselves, Honorable Chair. In keeping with very good progress has been made during the course of this sixth administration to unblock and accelerate the delayed process, we will continue to pursue progress on the key projects, including the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, Mkomazi Dam, Dabelanga Dam, Stephen Dlamini Dam, Foxwood Dam, and raising of the wall of Clan Williams Dam. Chair, honorable members, in relation to this considerable municipal debt that is owed to the water boards, which is impacting negatively on the financial sustainability of our entities, we are very concerned. In this regard, we have been engaging with provincial government of Free State, Northwest, and Northern Cape, as well as municipalities, to seek solutions to this historical debt, as the current accounts of municipalities. Plans are in place, Honorable Chair, to engage the rest of the provincial government and municipalities that we have not yet consulted in the next few weeks. Pursuant to this, the Intergovernmental Relations Framework, we have also engaged national leadership of SALGA on 2 occasions on the same matter. We remain convinced that if all parties want to see improvement in the provision of water and sanitation services, realistic and long-lasting solutions will be found. This will ensure that South Africa and its citizens, their rights to access water are realized now and in the future. We see that because of these interactions with provinces, we are getting towards a solution where now municipalities are acknowledging their debts and they are coming up with a payment plan to deal with the current debt. What we are still discussing, there are some disputes on the historic debt. To Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, having had your guidance, Chair, this is just an overview of the report that the DG will be leading based on your guidance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We can then hand over to the DG.
Bring it up, Sukon. Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, honourable members. We're going to start with the fourth quarter report for the previous financial year, which is a cumulative progress report. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Minister have covered some of the highlights from last financial year, including the fact that the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency Bill was approved by Parliament. We're currently seized with the process of preparing for the establishment of the NWRA once the President signs the bill into law. We will be continuing to focus on implementing the projects, many of which were delayed in the past, but which are now all in implementation phase. Next slide, please. We will also be continuing with the blue, green and no drop reports. It was a major highlight of the last financial year that those reports were issued again for the first time after many years in December 2023. And another highlight was that we developed amendments to both the Water Services Act and the National Water Act. And those were published, and there was a thorough public consultation process on those bills. The next step with those two bills is for us to go to Cabinet for approval for them to be presented to Parliament. One of the steps which is required in order for us to do that is to get the approval of the State Law Advisor. The two draft bills are currently with the State Law Advisor, and we're engaging with them on some queries that they have on some minor aspects of the bills, and we hope that that will be completed soon and we'll be able to take the two bills to Cabinet for approval for them to be submitted to Parliament. Next slide, please. We will also be continuing with our support and intervention in municipalities, and a great deal of progress was made in that regard during last financial year, which is covered in the report. And also a major further element of progress in last financial year was progress towards the establishment of the catchment management agencies as required by the National Water Act. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand over now to our Chief Director for Planning and Performance Monitoring in the department, Babawa Manyakanyaka, who's going to take us through the non-financial performance in terms of the APP. Perhaps I should just stress that this whole report is based on last year's annual performance plan, and the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation prescribes to us how we must go about producing these plans and how we must set the targets and indicators. So we follow that format, and then they also prescribe to us how we must report both on a quarterly basis and an annual basis against those targets, and we follow those prescriptions. Over to you, Babawa.
Thank you, DG. Good morning to the Honorable Minister, the members, and colleagues. The most important thing I would want to draw the committee's attention is the fact that as the DG has actually indicated, performance information is actually highly very regulated. So there are certain standards that we actually have to comply with in terms of providing the information and how we provide the information and the portfolios of evidence that are supported by this information. So this information that you see in the fourth quarter is actually reviewed by the department's internal audit and the Auditor General to ratify or to concur with the credibility of what is actually reported. So this is what actually has been reviewed by both parties. So this slide actually indicates just a high level comparison between financial and non-financial performance. Also, one thing I'd want to draw the honorable committee members on is the fact that the annual performance plan is not necessarily exhaustive of the department's activities. It selects key high-level strategic activities and actually presents performance against those activities. So what you see here are those priority activities under each respective program. And what you see on the right-hand side of the column is those are areas that were not actually achieved for the period. So the final fourth quarter cumulative performance from the 1st of April to the end of March is at 70% performance, with the expenditure reflected as 99.8%. This graph actually indicates the performance per program. We have got 3 budget programs in our annual performance plan. You'll see that the 3 programs performed 69, 71, and 69% respectively. In 2022, there was a requirement for implementation of preferential procurement, and all government departments were required to report against that preferential procurement regulations and the department's performance by the end of the financial year of fourth quarter. We had procured 47% from that target of 30%, which is a predetermined target by the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Also, in terms of exempted micro enterprises, it was 28% from that predetermined target of 50%, and qualifying small enterprises, we achieved a target of 19%. Also, we are required to provide performance against designated groups, which is ownership of companies of ownership of 50% and above. This slide actually indicates that from Black-owned companies, we procured an amount of 35%, which is synonymous with a little over 3 billion by the end of the fourth quarter, from an annual performance expenditure of 8.7 billion. Women, it is 34%, but that amount, it amounts to 2.9 billion. Youth companies, it is at 11%, that amounts to 932 million, and persons with disabilities, that amounts to 94 million respectively. The subsequent slides are actually indicating the performance per program and also the various sub-programs in each respective branch. So that actually indicates the targets that were 100% achieved within its respective sub-program. The key highlights, some of the we have mentioned in the previous slides, but I would want to explain and maybe dwell a lot more on the areas of partial and non-achievement. We had planned actually to complete a risk maturity plan, and that is planned for completion by the end of this financial year. It has been deferred. to 2024-2025 financial year in terms of the vacancy rate for engineers and scientists. We had actually revised the organizational structure to include several technical positions. Those were mainly lying within the water use license authorization space. And of those, 122 were advertised by the end of the fourth quarter. 80 had been filled, and the process to fill the remaining is also underway. If you look at the financial management sub-program, we have got 3 areas there that were partially not met and 1 not met. We have got the financial recovery plan, the expenditure, and the data days. These are the areas, if you'll allow me, Chairperson, that the CFO will talk to when he's speaking to the financial performance of the department. If you go to the second program, which is water resources management, it has got a total of 7 sub-programs, with 2 achieving 100% of what was planned for the quarter. And I will just highlight in the subsequent slides the areas of partial and non-achievement by the end of the fourth quarter. In terms of the integrated water resources planning, the Harib pipeline, we did not complete that in the record of implementation decision. And the intention is that the reason is that there was a scope extension which necessitated further planning that needed to be done. And therefore that work is still being tracked in this new financial year to ensure that we achieve the targets as planned. Also, we had one area in this space of ecosystems where we wanted to complete the case gamma scenarios report. And there was just changes in the team that was actually performing the work, which delayed our ability to complete this by the end of the fourth quarter. But that is planned for completion by the end of the 2024 financial year. Also, this one under information, there are several gauging weirs existing and new that we had planned to have under construction, and they are listed. There are some in the Free State, Gauteng, and also in the Western Cape. We indicate for those ones that are new that the construction had not started, as we had to obtain a lot of environmental authorization, which was not obtained by the end of the quarter. And also, it also affected the existing gauging weirs, which we had planned to obtain those environmental authorizations by the end so that we can start with the construction. That also was not obtained by the end of the fourth quarter. But these are now, if you will see in the first quarter, we are reporting them as obtained, and therefore construction has resumed. Also, in the infrastructure space, we had planned to have several of the projects in implementation readiness, meaning all the preparation prior to the construction. That was done. We obtained only one there, which was on track. 5 of those were actually delayed, and we have provided the reasons for the 5 where we did not obtain the necessary planning requirements to ensure that these were obtained by the end of the fourth quarter. And we have actually included these for monitoring in this 24-25 financial year, and some of them are on track, as you will see in the first quarter of the report. Also, we had planned to have 3 infrastructure projects under construction. 2 of them were delayed in terms of the preparatory work and also the construction, procurement of construction material, and that delayed those 2 projects. The other ones, because they had also not started on time, They also hampered our ability to create job opportunities related to these projects. But what we have done, you will see, we have the procurement of this required material, which is underway. And also there is an acceleration plan linked with these projects to ensure that construction is on track. In terms of operations and maintenance of our schemes, we indicating here that we could not actually complete a lot of the projects because we were hampered by the community demanding job opportunities in the respective sites, and therefore we are also requesting, supporting the contractors and also requesting them to provide an acceleration plan to ensure that that maintenance is on track. Also, in terms of the completion of the dam safety rehabilitation projects, also this was hampered by the procurement of construction material, and also some were hampered by inclement weather conditions, and therefore work had to be suspended. But also there is an acceleration plan, and we are also tracking these projects, the construction of these projects in this 2024-2025 financial year as well. The last one in the infrastructure space, it is the conveyance systems, which also, the work also it relates to the suspension of work. The construction closed down by December and up until March. And therefore, also there were other activities that affected it. Also, this is one of those that has an acceleration plan, and we're tracking these activities within the 2024-2025 financial year. Under the resource space authorization, in the first program, I indicated vacancies within this space. Also, what we need to highlight, previously the department did not have designated officials to perform this work. With the creation of this position and the newly appointment of these positions and the recruitment that is also underway, we are hoping that there is efficiency improves in this place. As you will see in the next quarter, there is some improvement in the performance in this space. The DG, I think, mentioned on this one, on the regulator space, there were just changes in the policies in the economic regulator space. We are also now tracking this activity, and we have included it as a performance requirement for the 2024-2025 financial year. Water services management, 3 of the sub programs achieved their targets as they had planned, 3 did not. So the subsequent slides will concentrate on the 3 areas that did not achieve the areas that they were planned. These ones relate to the bulk infrastructure projects, and we've highlighted the provincial areas where these the targets were not met as planned. We have indicated the various provinces there. There are some projects that were planned for completion. We also have got a lot of the activities to support the municipalities that are actually performing the work for the department, particularly those that are within the water services infrastructure grant space. Also, there are a lot of delays, and these delays are mainly relating to, if you'll allow me, Chairperson, to go straight to them, they are relating to they are relating to supply chain processes within the municipal space, which has been a major procurement challenge, which contributes to the underperformance of starting some projects and also completing them on time. Also, there were delays in the planning phases of some of these projects. which needed to be started. And also the department is supporting the municipalities with the appointment of contractors, and also the processes to improve their procurement processes is also one of the activities that is there. Also on this slide, we're talking to the bucket eradication that was started in the previous years, informal settlements. We had planned to complete this within the Free State and in the Northern Cape space. There are 7 projects that are under construction at various levels of construction within the Free State, and one that is in the Northern Cape that is also planned for construction within this 2024-2025 financial year. And this infrastructure is to assist the connection of the bulk, so of the top structures to the bulk wastewater infrastructure, so that there is waterborne sanitation. All the contractors that are performing in these projects, as I've listed them, particularly in the Free State, were required to develop acceleration plans for this bulk sanitation infrastructure. And we are planning to have them also tracked within this 2024-2025 financial year. The next slides relate to the financial year, financial performance.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to Minister DM, DG and colleagues. Chairperson, I'll provide an overview of the financial part of this presentation. I'll move straight to slide number 36. I think what is key on this slide, Chairperson, is the improvement that has been recorded by the department. In the previous financial year, 22-23, the spending was at 95.4%. And in the reporting period, cumulatively, we spent 99.8%. And the reasons for the underspending relates mainly on the COE, the filling of a post, which is covered on slide number 35. Then this is the overview also of the water trading entity, which also improved from the 50.9% to the 70%. We still had some of the advances that we had to clear at the end of the financial year. On grants, all the grants were spent as planned. The only difference there relates to savings on the transfer to the Val Central for the project. And the next slide, slide number 39, also indicates all the transfers that we have made to the various provinces, municipalities. And the details, Chairperson, are part of the report as annexure to this presentation. And this also is the spending on the indirect allocations, also per province. We have spent 100% on both grants, and the details are part of the annexure. I'll also move straight, Chairperson, to the summary of the financial recovery plan. The department continues to implement this recovery plan. There were instances of overdraft only on the main account, and that is linked to the unauthorized expenditure, which is currently before Parliament. On the water trading entity, the department still maintained a positive bank balance, and the other narratives are shown on slide number 42. This is the summary of all the incidents of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. I already mentioned the unauthorized expenditure that is part of the parliamentary process, and the irregular expenditure, we are processing this through the guidelines issued by National Treasury. Most are still at condonation stages, with some of the cases being investigated by the police, SIU, and some are also before the court. Slide number 44, 45, 46, Chairperson, is a narrative of the status of all these cases that I've indicated there. Then I'll move to slide number 47, just a trend analysis of the irregular expenditure over the years. And this is where we are indicating the work that the department is doing to clear the old cases through condonations, and also to make sure that we eliminate and prevent any incidents of irregular and fruitless expenditure, as well as indicated on slide number 48. And these are some of the remedial actions that we are taking as a department to ensure that these incidents do not occur again. The remainder of the presentation, as indicated earlier on, Chairperson, is part D with additional slides indicating the details per province and per municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO. Chairperson, with your permission, we'll move straight to the second report on the first quarter of this financial year. You're on mute, Chairperson.
Apology. Thank you, DG. Can I also, when your presenters present the report, that they just switch on the camera so that all members can start to learn the officials of the department. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do so, Chairperson. We're all sitting together in the boardroom in the department. We're not, we haven't joined individually, but we'll put the boardroom camera on. Can we bring up the second presentation, please? So the second presentation is on the first quarter report for the current financial year. Chairperson, we have sent the full reports to Parliament, which contain much more detail. In these presentations, we're just providing a summary of the reports. Again, I'm just going to start with a few highlights of progress in the first quarter. It remains a priority for us to meet the President's commitment in his State of the Nation's address to process applications for water use licenses within 90 days. By this quarter that we're reporting on, we'd improved from 35% a couple of years ago, before we started our improvement program, to 70% of applications being processed within 90 days. And we, in the last few months, including the period of this quarter, we've been focused on hiring additional technical staff, because we were understaffed to deal with the volume of water use license applications that come in. So these additional technical staff, most of them have now been appointed, and they're being trained, and we anticipate that we'll be able to get further improvement towards 100% of water use licenses being processed within 90 days. We also gazetted the third raw water pricing strategy, which was a major achievement, because this raw water pricing strategy was last revised in 2007, and it was approved as required by the National Water Act with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance before being gazetted. We also gazetted the revised norms and standards for municipal tariff setting, which is important. And as I mentioned earlier, we concluded the consultation processes for the National Water Services Amendment Bill and National Water Bill. And in addition, a major achievement was the passing by Parliament of the National Water Resources Infrastructure Agency Bill. One other point, perhaps, which is to highlight, is that we've previously presented to the committee several times about the Guyani Water Project, which was delayed for many years, but which we managed to unblock starting about 2 years ago. And we completed the Nandoni to Nsami pipeline. And as we've reported to the committee, we've been very busy working with Mopani District Municipality to do the necessary bulk pipelines and distribution infrastructure, which is being done by the district municipality. and also the upgrading of the water treatment works so that the water in Sami Dam, which is coming from the Ndoni Dam, can be treated to drinking water quality. The project is being implemented in phases with reticulation being done alongside the development of the bulk pipelines. And in this quarter, we reached a milestone in that in the first villages for which the bulk and the reticulation is complete, water has started to flow through the taps of the household connections in those villages. Next slide, please. I'm now going to hand over to Babawa again to take us through the performance information.
Thank you, DG. This slide also is similar to what was presented in the fourth quarter, just an indication of the comparison between the performance information and the budget expenditure for the duration of the quarter. The performance of the department is currently sitting at 69%. And we've also highlighted the areas of underperformance and partial performance related to the respective programs. If you look at the slide, also similar to what was presented in the fourth quarter, this is just an indication of the performance information per budget program for the quarter. And also in terms of the preferential procurement for the first quarter, we achieved a target of 31%. And also in terms of the qualifying small enterprises and exempted micro enterprises, we achieved 11% and 20% respectively. Okay. In terms of the designated groups, ownership of Black women, youth, and persons with disabilities for the first quarter, out of the procurement of 1.4 billion, we spent 896 million on Black-owned companies, 569 in women-owned companies, and 233 million in youth-owned companies, and 11 million in persons with disability companies, and the ownership is at 50% and above. Under the administration program, we have indicated the sub-programs there and their performance. I will concentrate on the areas of partial and non-achievement. Still, with the vacancy rate from the fourth quarter, the performance also was not so good, but we are actually indicating that we're finalizing that. The abolishing of unfunded positions in our establishment and also filling up all those vacancies that we had planned to complete by the end of the financial year. Training interventions as well. We were just affected by cost containment measures that was affecting the entire public service, but we are planning to disseminate further training in subsequent quarters to ensure that we recover these ones. Similarly, with the safety and security assessments, we are planning to conduct these safety and assessment in the subsequent quarters. The CFO will be also talking financial recovery plan and expenditure and data days in his financial performance. Then if we go to the international relations program, there were certain obligatory requirements that we had planned to perform by the first quarter. Unfortunately, owing to circumstances beyond the department's control, these international engagements were had to be deferred to the second quarter, and we're hoping that we're going to they are going to proceed as planned in the second quarter. If you go to water resources management, 4 of the sub-programs achieved 100% of what was planned. with one achieving 90% and the other two just at 46 and 50% respectively. And the areas of partial non-achievement, we are just indicating, you recall in the fourth quarter, we had spoken about the projects that are under construction. You remember these were at implementation readiness planning, but now we are reporting that the construction has started. And also we are indicating that the construction for the Clan William is now at 15%. Tanin, which is one of those that was reported as not under construction, it is now at 30%. But also it is not what we had planned ideally, but the procurement of material from the manufacturers is one avenue that we're using to ensure that we accelerate the construction and support the acceleration plan as it was mentioned in the previous quarter. Under the regulation space, it was the Gazette of the Water Research levy that was not met. We're planning to gazette this in the second quarter. Also the regulations that were planned for gazetting, but as I mentioned in the previous quarter, there were certain changes in the scope or in the legislation, so we have had to review the business case prior to the regulation, the gazetting of these regulations. You'll see, if you recall, in the previous fourth quarter, our performance was sitting at 60%. This quarter, it is indicating a 6% improvement. So it is just an indication that some of the recruitment processes are bearing fruit. There is still one validation and verification of properties in Limpopo Olifants, the water management area, that still needs to be done. And also with the establishment of the catchment management agencies, this is one of those functions that we are requesting their additional support so that we can accelerate this further. Also, within this space, there was catchment management agencies that were gazetted for establishment. The intention was the department had to conduct oversight on their inspections that had done. However, we had to support the catchment management agencies in conducting these inspections, and therefore we could not really conduct these oversight assessments over what they had done because we're still doing the work for them. But we're planning that going forward, as they are gathering their resources, they should be able to take over these functions. The green drop process in terms of procurement of a service provider to assist us with this assessment, that was also affected, but planning process is now underway, and we are planning to have this service provider on board by the second quarter. You will see here just only 9 dams that we could not monitor for compliance. Also, this space, we struggled with the recruitment of the resources, but now that that recruitment process is underway, this should be on track by the second and the subsequent quarters. In terms of the institutional oversight activities, just 2 of the catchment management agencies were not necessarily assessed. They were newly gazetted in the previous quarter. And also we are supporting them in ensuring that these evaluations are happening and they are on par with all the other existing entities. When it comes to water services management, 3 of the 6 sub-programs achieved what was planned for the first quarter and the other 3 did not. And the subsequent slides are just going to indicate the areas of partial achievement. In terms of the bulk infrastructure, recovery from the previous quarter actually indicates an acceleration of some of the projects, and hence the number is actually 77 of what was planned, which was 74 for the quarter. None of the projects were planned for completion for the quarter in terms of the water services infrastructure grant. We do have some delays in terms of starting some of the projects, but with the support that we're providing to the municipalities and in the procurement process, we are actually planning to have these projects on track in the subsequent quarters, and we will report it accordingly. Also, in terms of completion of these projects, we are also supporting this process and obtaining the necessary information to ensure that these projects are completed on track. And that is it in terms of the performance information.
Chairperson, the financial information will now be presented by the CFO.
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, the first quarter report of the department in terms of the spending reflects a deviation of 91 million. We have planned for the quarter to spend 24.75 billion, and my apologies, which is the 21.1% of the original appropriation. So there is an overall underspending of 18.985 billion. So the underspending relates mainly to compensation of employees. We have, however, made progress. We have obtained approval from the Department of Public Service and Administration for concurrence of filling of critical posts, and our HR department unit is assisting us to fill those posts. I'll move to the numbers. Here is a representation of the spending per program as well as per economic classification. This is in respect of the main account of the department, where I've mentioned that we have spent the 21.1 billion. And here's the water trading entity, which also, as indicated with the previous report, we do have advances that we give to TCTA. And once those advances are submitted back to the department with vouchers, we expect this spending to increase. Our allocations to municipalities and transfers are scheduled for the second quarter. However, we were presenting here, Chairperson, the amount that we have made available for the period, and we will be able to report on the actual transfers in quarter two. And these are the departmental entities. My colleague spoke to the catchment management agencies, including those newly formed ones. We have managed to transfer the amount appropriated by Parliament to these CMAs in the first quarter as planned. The other transfers to these other entities are scheduled for the subsequent quarters of the financial year. For the regional bulk infrastructure grant, have spent 20.6%, and we are working with the municipalities and our implementing agents, water boards, to accelerate those projects that are behind. The same applies to the water services infrastructure grant, where we are at 26% at the first quarter, which is also above the straight line projection of 25%. These are the projects that are being funded through the transfers to various water boards. We have transferred already for Umgenu Tugela, and the others will be transferred in the subsequent quarters. On the incidence of unauthorized irregular fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the figures remain more or less the same, Chairperson. With regard to unauthorized expenditure, is still the same reason. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure on the department, there is a reduction. We managed to also make some recoveries from some of the concluded cases where HR also finalized those disciplinary proceedings, and we have implemented the recommendations of the investigations to recover some of those funds. And we are hopeful that as we move into the financial year, we will be able to have more condonations as we conclude with the disciplinary proceedings, as well as investigations by internal audit as well as the other law enforcement agencies. The other slides, 42, 43, 44, is the same narrative that we have been presenting, where it indicates where each condonation matter is. This is the slide again, which depicts the trend analysis, and we are working very hard to make sure that we get to the goal of eliminating these incidents. And as soon as we have concluded the implementation of the current investigations, as well as the disciplinary proceedings on the recurrent contracts, these current reported incidents relate to previous year's contracts with expenditure in the outer years, but we are working to make sure that we close these cases. The same way applies to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then part B is the same information with detailed breakdown per municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That brings us to the end of the two presentations on the performance against the APPs. The committee did also ask us to prepare a presentation on debts owed to municipalities and financial sustainability. Would you like us to go straight into that presentation now as well?
Please, yeah, if we can.
I will be making this presentation, Chairperson.
You can continue, DG.
Thank you. We have divided the question into three areas. We have two water boards, being Vaal Central and Magalies Water, which are in dire financial straits because of non-payment by municipalities to them. Then we have a second group of water boards, which are experiencing cash flow problems, but they're not in as dire financial straits. And then we have a third group of water boards, which are still in a good financial condition, but they are experiencing declining payment levels from municipalities. In overview, Chairperson, the debt by municipalities or owed by municipalities to water boards has increased quite markedly to the extent to which it is now over 22 billion as at June 2024. And over the past 5 years, that debt has increased by 150%. Turning to the first group of water boards, we do already have a precedent that one of our water boards went bankrupt due to debts owed to our municipalities, which was Sedibeng Water. The way we dealt with that at that time in 2022 was to disestablish Sedibeng Water when it got to the situation where it could no longer pay salaries or buy chemicals. And we transferred its geographical areas and its assets and liabilities into two other water boards, Vaal Central, which at the time was known as Broom Water, and Magalies Water. That action didn't solve the underlying problem that the municipalities were not paying Sedibeng Water. And what has in effect happened is that the takeover of the former geographic areas and debts and liabilities of Sedibeng by Vaal Central and Magalies has resulted in a rapid deterioration of their financial status. And the current situation is that based on current trajectories, if the current levels of non-payment continue, both of these water boards, Vaal Central Water and Magalies Water Board, also face bankruptcy within the next 6 to 12 months. This slide shows the municipal customers of Vaal Central Water, and we've highlighted in red the municipalities with the highest level of debt. You can see from this slide that Matjhabeng in particular has a huge debt owed to Vaal Central, some of which was previously owed to Sedibeng Water, and that Matjhabeng alone owes more than 6 billion rand to Vaal Central Water. Mangaung and Kopanong also owe very substantial amounts of money to Vaal Central Water. As a result of the situation, from July this year, Vaal Central Water no longer had on a monthly basis sufficient cash available to meet its monthly operational expenditure requirements. And from July this year, Vaal Central stopped paying DWS for the raw water that it purchases from the department. On the current trajectory, if Vaal Central Water limits its operational expenditure on a monthly basis to just the very basics, in other words, paying salaries, paying for electricity and buying chemicals, then it will be able to keep functioning up until about May next year. After that, if there isn't an improvement in payment levels by the municipalities, it will no longer have sufficient money to pay salaries or to pay for electricity or to buy chemicals. As highlighted in the table, the 5 municipalities with the most debt are Matjhabeng, Kopanong, Mangaung, Nala, and Namakwa local municipality. Since early August of this year, our minister has been engaging with all the municipal customers of Vaal Central Water with the assistance of the relevant premiers and the MECs of COGTA. And through those engagements, most of the municipalities which are not paying their current invoices in full have verbally committed to rectify the problem and to start paying their current invoices in full. We really hope that they keep to those commitments, because in the past, some of the municipalities have made such commitments and not kept to them. But there's 2 municipalities in particular which have openly indicated to the minister in these meetings that they're not able to pay their current invoices, and that is Matjhabeng and Kopanong. And we're particularly worried about those 2 municipalities and their impact on the water board, because those 2 municipalities alone, if they don't improve their payment on the current invoices, have the ability to make Vaal Central Water go bankrupt. Turning to Matjhabeng local municipality, it's currently only paying approximately 15 to 20% of its monthly 70 million rand water bill to Vaal Central Water. There have been efforts by the water board to do credit control and to try and take various measures to try and ensure that Matjhabeng local municipality pays its debts, but to date those measures haven't been successful. And those measures have included, for example, taking legal action or implementing restrictions. The debt owed by Matjhabeng to the water board has grown hugely, by 41% over the last 2 years. Turning to Magalies Water, this slide shows the municipal customers of Magalies Water, and the 2 municipalities with the highest level of debt are highlighted in red, being Makasi Hills local municipality and Thabazimbi local municipality. Magalies Water generally supplies water to municipalities in the Northwest Province, but it also provides water to some parts of Thabazimbi local municipality, which is in Limpopo. Magalies Water has not been able to meet its operational expenses on a monthly basis for some time now, and they haven't been paying us for the raw water that we are supposed to sell to them for some time now. Again, based on current trajectories, if payment by the municipalities doesn't improve, Magalies Water won't be able to meet its basic operational expenses of just paying salaries and paying for electricity and buying chemicals by about June next year. As I've mentioned, the 2 highest debtors to Magalies Water are Makasi Hills and Thabazimbi. Both of these municipalities have shown a willingness to conclude repayment agreements, but have not yet been able to adhere to those agreements. So the water board has entered into a payment agreement with Makasi Hills, but Makasi Hills has not honoured that agreement, and it is only partially paying its current account. And similarly for Thabazimbi, a payment agreement was entered into the municipality, but the municipality is also only partially paying its current account. And similarly to to Vaal Central Water. These two municipalities alone, Makassar Hills and Thabazimbi, if they don't start paying their current accounts in full, have the potential to make this water board go bankrupt. Turning to the second group of water boards, which are experiencing cash flow challenges, but which are not facing imminent bankruptcy. The two water boards in this group are Amatola Water and Lepeli Northern Water, which service the Eastern Cape and the Limpopo provinces. Both of these water boards have not been fully paying their current accounts, current invoices for water to DWS, and their debt to DWS is increasing. And the reason why they haven't been paying their invoices to us in full is because of non-payment to them by municipalities. The biggest debtor to Amatola Water is Amatoli District Municipality, as shown by this table. Similarly, again, a settlement agreement for the debt was reached between Amatola Water and Amatoli District Municipality, but unfortunately the municipality is not adhering to that agreement. For Lepeli Northern Water, the two municipalities with the highest level of debt are Mopani District Municipality and Sekhukhune District Municipality. Mopani has signed a repayment agreement, and the good news here is that the municipality is so far adhering to that repayment agreement and is servicing its current invoices in full. Sekhukhune District Municipality, however, is not currently paying its current invoices in full and is only paying its invoices intermittently. And Lepeli Northern Water is negotiating with Sekhukhune District Municipality to sign a new payment agreement. Then the third group of water boards is those that are still in very good financial state, but are experiencing declining payment levels. And the two water boards here are Rand Water and Umgeni Utugela Water. For Rand Water, the municipalities with the largest debt are the smaller municipalities, the local municipalities in Gauteng, largely. The large customers of Rand Water, the metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng, have low levels of debt to Rand Water. For Umgeni Utugela Water, the situation is similar. It's the smaller municipalities that are the biggest debtors to Umgeni Utugela. The major eThekwini metropolitan municipality is not a major debtor to Umgeni Utugela. So for Rand Water, we've highlighted the municipalities which have the highest debt, and they include Merafong Local Municipality, Mfuleni, Govan Mbeki, Rand West, and Victor Kanye. Mfuleni has signed a debt settlement agreement in terms of which they've committed to paying the current account. We'll have to see whether they keep to that commitment. Rand Water has been engaging in various credit control measures, including curtailing water supply to some of these municipalities to try and implement credit control measures to ensure that payments are made. Governor Mbeki has signed a debt settlement agreement with Mfuleni and is committed to settle its current invoices in full. We hope that it meets that commitment. Similarly for Rand West, Victor Kanye has an agreement with Rand Water, but has not kept to that agreement. The overall picture for Rand Water is that the good news is that the major metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng don't have high levels of debt. They are paying their invoices, but there has been a bit of a deterioration that some of the metropolitan municipalities which used to regularly pay their current invoices to Rand Water within 30 days are now only paying them within 60 days. And there's these major metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng which make up 80% of Rand Water sales. This table shows the debts owed by municipalities to Umgeni Utugela Water. And as you can see, the largest debtors are King Chetshwayo, Ugu, and Umsunduzi. There's a dispute currently between King Cetshwayo District Municipality and Umgeni Utugela Water around electricity bills, which the municipality is saying the water board hasn't paid. The water board's has been trying to resolve this, but has not yet been able to resolve it, and that work will continue. Umsunduzi is not fully paying its current account, but is committed to settle old debt. And Ugu committed to a debt settlement agreement, but has not been keeping to it. Finally, we've got slides showing the top 17 defaulting municipalities in the whole country. And these are the 17 municipalities which owe more than 100 million in debt. And they're given on this slide and the following slides. What are the implications of these debts owed to water boards? The first point to make is that it's not all municipalities which are not paying. But if a water board goes bankrupt and stops functioning, it will stop providing water to all its municipal customers, not just the ones which are not paying. In other words, if a water board goes bankrupt, it won't be able to operate anymore, and it will stop providing water to all its customers, including the municipalities, which have actually been paying well. The fact that Magalies Water and Vaal Central Water have already stopped paying DWS for raw water, and that Lepeli and Amatoli have also reduced their payments to DWS for raw water, threatens the financial viability of the whole water sector, including the financial viability of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. Vaal Central and Magalies supply water to municipalities in the Northern Cape, Free State and Northwest. And all three of those provinces will be very badly affected if these two water boards go bankrupt next year, as predicted by current trajectories. What is likely to happen when if and when these two water boards go bankrupt is that there will be a rapid decline in the services that they provide, because they will not be able to pay salaries anymore, or to buy chlorine to treat the water, or to pay for electricity. So over a few months, there'll be a rapid decline in the services that they provide. In addition, given the financial situation that they're in, they're having to cut back on necessary operational expenditure, including maintenance of their infrastructure, and that is also going to result in a deterioration of the services that they provide. What are the implications of this for the National Department and for the Fiscus? Once the two water boards go into the red, they would have to be subsidized by DWS on an ongoing basis if we're going to prevent them from going bankrupt. It will not be a once-off bailout. And if the payment rates of the municipalities continues to deteriorate, the monthly subsidy required from DWS will increase. The challenge here is that once we start subsidizing some water boards, all the other water boards will also be expected to be subsidized, because they also have non-paying municipal customers. And National Treasury has told us that there's no money to give us to subsidize water boards, and that if we are going to subsidize them, we'll have to reprioritize our own existing budget to subsidize them, which means that we'll have to cut expenditure elsewhere in our budget. And the only area where we have substantial funds where we can cut expenditure is in the RBIG and WISIG grant allocations to municipalities. The major challenge from a fiscal point of view is that if we do start subsidizing the water boards, it will have an unintended consequence of sending a message to municipalities that they will still be provided with treated water even if they don't pay their water bills, which will provide a perverse incentive to municipalities to continue to not pay their water bills. In addition, subsidizing water boards on an ongoing basis creates a high risk that the principle of the water sector being self-financing, which is an essential part of the fiscal framework of the country, will be compromised and will no longer hold. And that has enormous implications for the fiscus. We have been discussing these issues with National Treasury and with COGTA. The first point that National Treasury made to us is that we need to ensure that we are doing our revenue collection, our billing and our revenue collection and our credit control impeccably, so that it can't be said that the reason for these debts is because we're not doing billing and revenue collection and credit control properly. So to address that, we developed standardized operating processes for debt collection. and we collaborated with National Treasury on those, and all of those standard operating processes for credit control have been implemented by ourselves and by the water boards. You've seen from the previous slides that the water boards are implementing very strong credit control measures on municipalities which are not paying. So I think from that it can be concluded that the reason for these debts is not due to weak billing or revenue collection or weak credit control by the water boards. Chairperson, there was a debt relief mechanism introduced by National Treasury for Eskom about a year or two ago. And when we saw that being introduced, we approached National Treasury and asked if we could have a similar mechanism for the write-off of old debts by municipalities to water boards, and related to that, the write-off of old debts from water boards to DWS. National Treasury has agreed to that, and we're currently finalizing the conditions for that debt write-off mechanism with National Treasury. But it's only going to have one major condition, which Treasury has insisted on, and that is that old debts of municipalities to the water boards can only be written off if they pay their current invoices in full, and that the old debts have to be written off only incrementally as the municipalities establish a good payment record for their current invoices. So this alone will help, this debt write-off mechanism will help, but it won't solve the problems of municipalities such as Machibeng and Kopanong, which are not paying their current invoices and which are indicating that they can't and won't pay their current invoices in full, because they will then not be eligible to participate in the debt write-off mechanism. National Treasury has indicated to us that we could request permission from them to redirect our RBIG and infrastructure grant allocations to non-paying municipalities to Vaal Central Magalies Water, but as a result of our efforts to reduce under-expenditure on these grants in recent years, they are fully committed, many for multi-year projects. So there isn't really any scope for redirecting these infrastructure grant allocations to the water boards. We have already applied to National Treasury to be allowed to reprioritize some of our 24-25 budget to subsidize these two water boards, but we could only identify 50 million on our budget that could be reprioritized, and that won't solve the problem. It will only delay the bankruptcies of these two water boards by a few months. But all of these measures don't solve the problem of those municipalities which indicate that they cannot and will not pay their current invoices in full, such as Machibeng and Kopanong. So in summary, Chairperson, the Minister will continue to engage with the municipal customers of Vaal Central Magalies and the other water boards, together with the Premiers and COGTA MECs to ensure commitments to pay. We are meeting we're having regular meetings every Sunday evening with the different premiers and MECs and municipalities, and those will continue, including in the other provinces served by the other water boards. The water boards will continue to enforce these standardized credit control measures. We will finalize the debt write-off mechanism with National Treasury, but that can only be used to reduce old debt on condition that municipalities develop a track record of paying their current invoices in full. We are also talking to National Treasury and to COGTA regarding other measures that could possibly be implemented to address particularly the problem of those municipalities which indicate that they can't pay their current invoices. We have presented this issue to Cabinet. Cabinet has set up a committee of ministers, including our minister, the Minister of Finance, COGTA, Electricity and Human Settlements, to look at this problem and to identify solutions to it. Possible solutions are one possible solution is that the Division of Revenue Act could be used by National Treasury to say that a first call on the equitable share of municipalities should be to pay the water boards and the debt owed to water boards. these potential solutions are still under discussion within government. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, G. Minister, before we go over to the honourable member to ask questions, do you want to conclude on this presentation?
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I concur with the presentation as tabled here. On the issue of municipalities and debts, this matter has been escalated as well to Cabinet because the municipal debts cut across many departments. Hence, the Cabinet has put together 5 departments to come up with a turnaround plan on what are other interventions that could be made in terms of these municipalities. Because, Honourable Chair, if we shared water and restrict water in these municipalities, who suffers? It is our innocent communities that suffers. So we're trying to come up with a clear plan as 5 departments. And immediately when that plan is there, we'll not hesitate, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, to share with the Portfolio Committee on what the Cabinet has resolved on. But it is our concern how municipalities are owing not only Department of Water and Sanitation, but electricity as well. Cocta is also worried. But thank you very much, Chair. We'll await for honourable members' interactions and respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you also for a comprehensive report before the Portfolio Committee. Can I now get hands of members that would like to start with questioning? I've got one hand. Honourable Matlala, could you put on your camera and then start with the questioning?
Thanks so much, Chairperson. Let me take an opportunity and greet our colleagues, your Chairperson, and also the department led by the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Honorable Penny Majudina, and the officials. Chair, without a waste of time, let me just go straight to my questions. I'm going to start asking questions on the 4th quarter expenditure report of the year 2023-2024. Chair, the presentation took us through about the released blue, green, and no drop reports, indicating a decline in municipal water and sanitation services since the year 2014. So my question with regards to that is, how is the department strengthening its regulatory role in water services? And are there new norms and standards being developed? The other question, Chairperson, is with the municipal support. What specific measures is the department taking to support municipalities in improving water and sanitation services? Because we saw many municipalities collapsing, not being able to do what is required from them. So my question is, what is the department going to do to make sure that it assists all those municipalities? And in terms of the financial overview, Chairperson, my question is, what were the main reasons for the expenditure reported? And how does the department plan to address these issues in future, Chair? Another question, Chairperson, is with regards to the second presentation on 1st quarter 2024-25 expenditure report. They spoke about the water licenses that they've managed to reduce the days of processing the water licenses to 90 days, and 70% of the applications were processed. So my question is, what measures have been taken to further improve the processing time for water license, for water use license, because they also told us that there is a recruitment of 120 additional technical staff. The other question is with regards to the raw water pricing strategy. How will the revised raw water pricing strategy impact water tariffs and usage? Chairperson, with regards to the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency bill, which is now due to be signed by the President, what are the expected benefits of the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency? I'm a little bit concerned now when I heard the DG speaking about how these water boards fail to sustain themselves and will end up affecting even the agency, which is still going to be ascended. I'm worried because we raised this issue during the last term, that we don't think that it is viable to deal with issues of finance. So already we are hearing that if it do happens that the municipality, the water boards doesn't get sustained, this will, and the municipalities, it will end up affecting the whole water value, the whole water sector, and also even the new agency that is still going to be signed by the President. With regards to the water debts, municipal debts, we heard that municipality debts to water boards has grown significantly, reaching 22.36 billion by the year, by June 2024 this year. We heard of issues of bankruptcy risk, the cash flow challenges, and the issues of debt collection. So my question in terms of the debt growth, what factors has contributed to the 151% increase in municipal debts to water boards from 2019 to 2024? Another issue with regards to the bankruptcy risk, what measures are being taken to prevent the Vaal Central and Magalies water boards from going bankrupt within the next years? We don't have to wait. Let's get, I think, quite as answers in terms of how are we going to prevent it. But I heard the DG also emphasizing that there's 50 million that they've managed to get, but they don't think that that 50 million is going to assist, because it will just actually help the water boards for just being able to stay for some few years, not to assist it totally in terms of bankruptcy. And then the last question, Chairperson, why are municipalities like Machabeni and Kopanung unable to commit to paying their current invoices? Did we go inside and check exactly what's happening? In the previous term, we had so many issues with regards to these municipalities that they are failing to comply. There are a lot of issues happening. What is the department doing with regards to this? It is not the first time now that they are refusing to pay. It's been happening all the years. Hence, we find ourselves in this, they found themselves in this crisis now where they can't pay because of debts have escalated and escalated till now they can't be able to do anything to resolve the debts themselves. And what legal and financial strategies are being implemented to recover the outstanding debts from the municipalities? Thanks so much, Chairperson. I think, the last question is with regards to Giani. Just last. With regards to the Giani, how many villages are those with water? We heard that the reticulation process has started. How many villages? Because last time we were told that the first phase is with the 24 villages. How many villages now have water? Can we have the names of those villages so that we can also go and do oversight as members of parliament and see if what we have been told is correct? And when will the remaining ones get water? Thanks so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and to Honorable Mohlala for all the plethora of questions. Let me start with the water boards. There are the various factors that make water boards to be owned by municipalities. One, there is a lot of non-revenue water, which then goes to the municipal bill, but also municipal billing to those who are using water is not very effective. Collection of revenue by municipalities is also not correct, but also the level of unemployment wherein some of those who are using water are no longer able to pay, the management of their indigent policy, the leaks around their infrastructure, and therefore we have entered into a lot of negotiations with municipalities just to take them on board for them to understand what are the implications. The first one that we are supposed to do is to allow our water boards to restrict water, to ration water, and municipalities' role should be then to inform the communities why water is being shedded. And that is not what we're really looking forward to do, because it inconveniences a lot of people. The second one is that we have involved the premiers of these provinces. We have involved the MECs of local government. And as I talk now, we do have
Minister, we can't hear you.
Correct. It is against this background that Machabeng is not only with high debt on a water board, but also other departments are affected as well. That committee or interministerial committee of 5 departments has been put in place only last week to go and check thorough on what is possible, what is not possible, because what they committed to pay was too little vis-a-vis what we are told they are collecting, but want to come up with a comprehensive inter-ministerial approach when we deal with Machabeng. And the concern that Honorable Mohlala is raising, it is our concern, and we think that when we come back to the portfolio committee, we'll be able to say what is now the plan, having met as 5 departments, having met with a provincial government. Only on Sunday, where we have mandated the provincial department of COGTA to go to Machabeng, physically meet with Machabeng. But also there's an element in Machabeng where the ratepayers are saying no payment plan must be made, because that municipality don't have money. So there's a lot that is happening around Machabeng. And unfortunately, we don't have that much in terms of intervention legally as DWS. Hence, it is going to assist us that interministerial committee where COGTA is, because some of the functions of oversighting and intervening in municipalities becomes that of COGTA. In terms of the drop reports that has declined, we have issued a clear memo to all municipalities on how to sustain the blue drops. What are the do's and don'ts? And that is why, according to our commitments, we will keep on doing that, assessing water and informing municipalities accordingly that they must ensure that we keep water at the acceptable drops. What were the reasons for under expenditure? There are plethora of those reasons, and the CFO and DG will report to that, because our projects are multi-year projects. At times, if there was a delay in one of the phases, it affects the entire chain of implementing the project. But we'll come back and the officials will come and beef up on the water license. It is a good turnaround that we have reduced the days to 90, and we think that having recruited 120 more people, it will reduce further from 90. We did not have enough capacity in terms of attending to water licenses immediately. That is why one of the priorities became that let's shift some resources and ensure that we hire more people to assist on this. Allow me, Honorable Chair, through you, to allow Honorable Sitlulu and the DG and the team to also beef up on some of the responses. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members. Chairperson, I think that the presentation has largely covered the issues accordingly, but I'd just like to echo also my concern in respect of the escalating debt costs of municipalities to water boards, and I think that has been well documented. And I think that the initiative by the minister to, of course, engage on every Sunday with the different municipalities, water boards, the premiers, as well as MECs and mayors, is something that may assist the department in getting a way forward, as well as making sure that we're able to find sustainable solutions towards the problems. As the minister has indicated, there are quite a number of disputes coming from communities, NGOs, and other stakeholders, and as far as the current state of certain municipalities is concerned, particularly as it relates to this debt. And that is an issue that I believe would be fundamentally important for the department to also be seen to be taking an active step in addressing those issues. That is why the stakeholder engagement with SALGA, as well as with COCTA, who are best placed to make the necessary interventions in municipalities, will be of paramount importance to us as a department. And I think with that, Chairperson, we ought to be allowed some time to be able to engage, particularly with municipalities such as Machabeng, that are, of course, as it stands, in a deep crisis in as far as the debt is concerned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to elaborate on a few following the Minister and Deputy Minister, and then ask a couple of my colleagues to also add. With regard to the question on the decline in municipal performance with regard to water and sanitation, question was, how is the department strengthening or supporting municipalities? We're doing it in a number of ways, and how we're strengthening our regulation. We have developed revised norms and standards as asked by Honourable Mohlala. We did publish those for public consultation, and we are busy revising them based on the public consultation. We might need to issue them again, the revised ones, for public consultation, or otherwise they will be issued shortly if the changes are not so substantial that we need to issue them again. And the other key measure that we need to strengthen our regulatory framework is the amendments to the Water Services Act, which, as I indicated earlier, we've gone on public consultation for, and will be shortly taking to Cabinet for approval to presentation or presenting to Parliament. And we will then be engaging with the Portfolio Committee in detail about all the different aspects of those amendments, which will result in the strengthening of the department's regulatory role with regard to municipal water and sanitation services. There was also a question as what is the department doing to assist municipalities? As honourable members know, we give municipalities grants which are meant to address historical backlogs. And the blue and green drop and no drop reports themselves are a measure to assist municipalities, because they identify exactly what is wrong with the municipal's water and sanitation systems, and they even go into areas such as whether the staff with the required qualifications have been hired by the municipalities and whether they're following the correct treatment processes. And we workshop those results of the blue and green drop and no drop reports with all of the water services authorities. And the reports also provide advice to the municipalities regarding exactly what they need to do to improve. So in summary, we provide a large amount of grant finance and a large amount of advice to the municipalities. But in the final analysis, the municipalities have to act on that advice. So, for example, if we advise them that they don't have properly qualified staff at their wastewater treatment works and that they need to hire properly qualified staff, the municipalities need to do that. We can't hire the staff for them. Again, the Water Services amendments that are coming, Water Services Act amendments that are coming, are also aimed at supporting municipalities and aimed at strengthening the role of water services authorities to be local regulators and to ensure that their water service providers provide the services according to standards. On the issue of under expenditure, last financial year we had very little under expenditure. We spent 99.8% of our total budget, which is a high level of expenditure for an infrastructure department such as this. So in previous financial years, we had much higher under expenditure. We had 800 million in the year before and over 2 billion the year before that. So we have addressed the under expenditure problem. We only had a very small amount of under expenditure on our personnel budget. And the reason for that was because Cabinet took a decision to restrict the recruitment of new staff across all departments to try and reduce the percentage of the total budget of the country, of the whole national government, which is spent on personnel. There was an instruction that departments cannot fill posts unless they get the explicit approval of the Minister of Public Service for the filling of posts. And that resulted in us not being able to fill some of the posts we would have filled, which resulted in a small amount of under expenditure on our personnel budget. But even for our personnel budget, we spent approximately 98%. The Minister has answered most of the other questions. I would like to ask Visimati to answer the question about Giyani.
Thanks, DG. Thanks, Chair. The question by Honorable Musala on Giyani intervention, we can confirm, Chair. I think maybe it's crucial to also lift up some of the key components of that project, which has resulted in us getting water to Giyani. Chair will remember that the first component of the project was to do a transfer scheme from Nandoni to Giyani. And that project to transfer the raw water was completed last year in early April. So since April last year, we were able to get raw water from Vembe district to Mopane district municipality. But then the department went on to refurbish and upgrade, or rather optimize, the water treatment plant in Giyani, which is meant to supply these 55 villages. Chair, we can confirm that that project has been completed and the plant is able to produce the optimal capacity of 30 megaliters a day. Now, to link up with the question that Honorable Musala has asked, to say which villages have now been completed, we must register, Chair, that the first phase of the reticulation of those 55 villages was actually covering 24 villages. We can provide the list of all those 24 villages for the sake of time. But what I want to read out now, for the sake of the question asked by Honorable Musala, is the villages that are currently receiving water that have been completed out of the 24 villages. There's a village called Mhlaba Velem, Bambeni, Homo 14A and Homo 14B, Ndindani, and Ngobe B. But we will also provide this information as an annex chair to ensure that there's proper reference. The last part of the question was, when will the rest of the other villages also receive water? The project started, Chair, in different time slots, so they are not going to be completed at the same time. We eliminate them as we go, and the provincial head, together with the team, are monitoring this on the ground in Limpopo. So the last project is estimated to be completed late by December, but we are progressively eliminating the rest of the 15 villages. We have a list of those villages, but I won't read them out for the sake of time. But then phase 2, which constitute 31 villages of the rest of the 55 villages, is planned to start in the next financial year. We are still busy now finalizing the business plans, making sure that we have the budget allocations for those projects, but they're actually under planning. And we must also put the notion, Chair, that this extended service of reticulation to these 55 villages does not in any way assume or suggest that these villages never received water since 1994 or before. Mopane district makes efforts to provide this through borehole sources. In some areas where they had intermittent water supply, they were using tickering services. So what the department has done is to extend the level of service from the old RDP standard to yard connections. So I thought I should just clarify that, Chair. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, can I ask Polani, our DDG for regulation, to answer the question about how the revised water pricing strategy will impact on water tariffs? Polani?
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, the revised pricing strategy was gazetted this year for implementation, effective from 25-26 financial year, that's April. Maybe to cover just key areas that will be the better part of the revised pricing strategy. The first one is that we are introducing the multi-year charging system over a 3-year period, which will then be reviewed annually. But what this will do is gives that authority to our water users as well, so that they know their prices over a period of 3 years. Indeed, there will be annual reviews. The second one is that we are also introducing the price capping, which will enable us then to achieve full recovery, which will be done over a period of 5 to 10 years. This will enable us to be able to have full cost recovery and be able to do maintenance on the infrastructure. And the third one, Chair, we have the support, the funding for resource poor farmers. Currently, it's implemented over a 5-year period on a sliding scale from 100% up to 0% on the last year. On the new pricing strategy, it's over a 10-year period. For the first 5 years, it's 100%, then sliding down up to 0% on the last year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Polani. Just a small correction, Chair. Polani said we're introducing price capping. We're removing price capping gradually for there's price caps on irrigation tariffs. We are going to gradually remove those, but we're going to do it very gradually and carefully because we're going to monitor to make sure that it doesn't have an adverse effect on food prices. But we need to move towards cost recovery to make the water sector financially self-sustaining. There was also a question on what are the benefits of the NWRIA and the relationship between that and the non-payment by the water boards. The maintenance and operation of national water resource infrastructure and investment in new national water resource infrastructure has to be funded from revenue from the sale of raw water. And that principle applies whether or not there's a national water resource infrastructure agency. So if municipalities don't pay and then water boards can't pay us, it means that we'll have reduced funds to do maintenance and operation and to pay off loans for investment in new infrastructure. And that applies whether or not we have the NWRIA. But the key benefit of establishing the NWRIA is that we need to borrow more money from the private sector for investment in national water resource infrastructure, and departments are not allowed to borrow by law. But an entity such as the NWRA will be allowed to borrow. And by establishing it as we intend to, with its substantial balance sheet, owning the assets and having the revenue streams, it will be in a better position than the TCTA is to borrow more money from the private sector without having to get explicit guarantees from National Treasury. And then finally, Chair, there was a question on what factors contributed to the growth in debt. One of the factors appears to be that there's been a deterioration in the billing and revenue collection processes within municipalities. Municipalities are not billing and doing revenue collection as efficiently as they should. Other factors include increased leaks in municipal distribution systems, which means there's increased non-revenue water. There's also increasing illegal connections around the country, which also reduces the ability of municipalities to get revenue to be able to pay the water boards. And then finally, there could also be a factor in the fact that economic growth has been very slow over the last 10 years and unemployment is very high. And that could be particularly a problem in a municipality such as Machabeng, which used to be a thriving mining town, but most of the mines have closed down and there's high levels of unemployment. So there may also be a factor of people finding it difficult to pay the municipality for their bills. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. There is one report that I would then request that we receive within the next 14 days is the Guyana one on the villages that have received and maybe a timeline on when you expect others to be connected. Thank you for that report. Can I go to Honourable Moore, your questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, as well as the DG and the DWS team for the presentations. They were very useful. While there's a lot I would like to drill down into with regards to the quarterly reports, there's a bunch of questions I have that I'm interested in. Due to time, I'm going to limit myself to just one question on the quarterly reports, just for some understanding. And if I get more time later, I'll come back. But then I'm going to focus on the key presentation of the day, which is that municipal debt to water boards. Just the first question is, in terms of the quarterly reports, I was looking at them both, comparing them. And if I could get some clarity on, it's page 26 of the first quarter report, page 30 of the fourth quarter report, the grant funded projects per province. I'm going to use Gauteng as the example just because it's all in red on the fourth quarter and all in green on the first quarter. In the fourth quarter, we are seeing under construction 0 of 2, under construction 9 of 20, completed 0 of 10. And then in the next quarter, we seem to have forgotten, or I suppose my question is, how do we track those projects? Because in the next quarter, we don't talk about regional bulk infrastructure grant projects being under construction. We only talk about a target of 2 instead of the 20, which weren't completed, and we completed 3 of the 10. So giving greens there seems funny, and some clarity there would be great. But going back to the key thing, I'd like to talk about the collapse of municipal payments for bulk services, but in particular, for the purposes of our Water and Sanitation Committee, bulk water services provided by water boards. It's one of the key threats facing our republic during the 7th administration. A huge number of the challenges across our oversight portfolio can be drawn back to municipal failure to focus on their responsibility in terms of water resources and infrastructure. And I think we generally are currently trending towards a collapse of our water sector. If we look at Sedibeng water, it's just the tip of the iceberg. And if we should follow a precedent in terms of closing down Vaal Central and Machali's water like we did Sedibeng, the causes of the problems will just be passed on to the next water board to inherit the disastrous municipalities causing each to fail. And I don't think this is a solution that can be implemented from the water boards or DWS alone. We can't fix the problem from our side alone. We have to see a change at the municipal level. And that's Chairperson, that's why I'm really excited actually to hear our minister talking about an interministerial task team looking at handling this challenge. And to this cause, I'd like to hone in on one of the potential solutions mentioned by the DG. Specifically, we need to, at some level, look at a change in municipal legislation to ensure that revenue from bulk services is ring-fenced and first used for payments for bulk services and the associated debt, as well as potentially maintenance. It may not be the perfect solution or the preferred solution, but I think it is the type of solution that is absolutely critical that we consider. Something that will change the status quo, because just hoping that our municipalities will do better is not a realistic response to this crisis. And it is a crisis, honorable members. We can't keep doing the same thing and hoping for a different result. And I don't mean that the department is doing the same thing, but the municipalities largely seem to be doing the same thing and digging themselves into debt. The reality is that as long as the end of the chain of our supply chain is a financial black hole, the water supply chain from national water trading entity to water boards to municipalities cannot cope. So, Chairperson, I'd like to propose that working together with the Minister and our Deputy Ministers, as well as the DG and his team, one of the best uses for our time as a committee will be to push these, to put our focus on these game-changing solutions and working across party lines to push these changes through. And this should include looking at legislation as well as urgent oversight to municipalities, and lots of municipalities, not just Machabeng and Mangwang, but Kopanong, Makwasi Hills, Tabazimbi, Amatole, Mopani, Merafong, Mfuleni, Governor Mbeki, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, King Seswayo, and Ugu district municipalities. We need to do a ton of oversight because I do believe we can play a proactive role to support our ministerial team and the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I fully concur with what Honorable Moore is saying. It is indeed a very challenging situation on how municipalities are collapsing in terms of ensuring that they do what is expected of them, which is a constitutional mandate. The reason why the DG was saying we are agreeing with National Treasury that money that is supposed to be sent to municipalities for infrastructure, it must be ring-fenced and not be allowed to do any other thing beyond what it's meant for. And as I said earlier on, that we have also engaged with South African Local Government Association because we wanted them to own up on the challenges that are facing municipality. And I can say here without any fear of contradiction that SALGA has plugged in to what we have engaged them on to say there must be a turnaround plan. We have agreed on Friday, we met with SALGA. We've agreed with SALGA that they are going to give us their top 30 municipalities that are in this in the red, and they will come up with a clear plan. They're going to engage those municipalities and come up with a clear plan. Want to use those 30 municipalities as a pilot project to turn around the situation in which these municipalities are in. And then we are also going to plug in with the interministerial team. So on our side, we are really working with SALGA. We are working with provincial premiers. We are working with the Department of COCTA, because the situation as I speak now is not a very conducive situation that could take us to where we are supposed to be. So I concur with honorable member that let's come up with a clear plan that these municipalities that are concerned, they also signed to say on certain intervals, this is going to be the turnaround plan, 6 months, 12 months, etc., because of the challenges that we have already observed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Could we get answers on the question, DG?
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Babalwa will respond about the APP question. Babalwa.
Thank you, DG. The way we track infrastructure projects, because they're multi-year projects, we track them across the quarters. A case in point is Gauteng. They had planned to have those 2 projects started in the previous financial year, which was in the 4th quarter. They were not started in the previous quarter, and they still have not been started in the 1st quarter. As soon as the projects are started in the subsequent quarters, then we reflect them as those projects that are under construction. So in the 2 slides, you will see that we have explained that there are some that were started in the previous quarter, some were recovery from the previous quarter, and the detail is in the report that we'll be providing extensively to the members of parliament so that they can understand how we track these multi-year projects. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Babalwa. And then, Chairperson, if I may also add that National Treasury, on the issue of ring fencing, National Treasury is implementing a program called the Reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Program, which is just focusing on the metropolitan municipalities, but promoting a movement towards ring fencing of the revenues for trading services. For example, revenues from the sale of water for the water function and revenues from the sale of electricity for the electricity distribution function. Just a suggestion, Chairperson, that perhaps the committee could also call Treasury to present this this reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Program to the committee. It is only focusing on metropolitan municipalities. We think we need a similar process towards ring fencing for other municipalities as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll take up that offer. We will invite Treasury to make a presentation. Can I now ask for Honourable to take questions?
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, and the DG and team. Chairperson, I'd like to start off by thanking the department for apprising us about progress made in respect of provision of water in the affected villages in Limpopo. You will know that there has been a great deal of controversy about whether indeed finally progress was being made in respect of provision of water in that part of the country. And one of the officials has given us figures and has indeed invited us to conduct oversight. And I think it's something that we should do. Having said so, it means that, and I don't want to come across as patronizing other parties, but it means that as and when there is progress that the department has registered in areas where we have had concern about delivery of services, as and when we stand up in Parliament, we should also have the decency to acknowledge such progress. Because sometimes some parties send members who are not even members of certain particular committees to go and speak. And all what it amounts to is vacuous political rhetoric and polemics that do not take us anywhere. Because while we indeed acknowledge that there must be robust qualitative oversight over the national executive, we must not attempt to mask any progress or whatever achievements that the department has made. And I hope that by making these introductory remarks, I am understood to be saying we continue to hold the department accountable, as we indeed are part of the accountability ecosystem, but that where the department has done well, we need to upfront acknowledge that it is making progress, because sometimes certain disasters, social unrest, and all these other things happen in communities. because people lack information and because those that they regard as reliable sources of information happen to twist facts. Chair, of course, this same sentiments go for the scrapping of vacancies that could not be filled, and a focus and a clinical focus on only those that could be filled. Chair, the question is with regards to the 2017-2018 unbudgeted for water and leaks program. Has the department been successful to recover the 348 million from those that were responsible for that? And the minister's engagement with provincial governments of the affected water boards, the Free State, the Northwest, and the Northern Cape. If we could, on a regular basis, be apprised about progress in that regard, so that we can, from the vantage point of oversight, also be able to help. I know that perhaps the DG might be somewhat constricted, but I have the privilege to not sound politically correct. While indeed it is correct that in Machabem, for example, you've had decommissioned shafts, lost jobs being lost, etc., it does not mean that this area is completely without any hope of consumers paying for services, in this instance, water. The municipality is just handling this whole situation badly, and they seem to think that they can always run to court to try and twist the arm of the water board. Fact of the matter is, as the DG has said, once the water board goes bankrupt, there is no court order that will ever be able to bring water into our taps or our water reticulation system. The acceleration program with regards to the RBIC infrastructure program, Chair, where and Honorable Moore touched on this briefly, the Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo, and the Northwest. Can we have the department share with us, with the passage of time, as to how long is it going to take to ensure that 20 other outstanding such projects of RBIC are accelerated, so that we are able to know exactly what is happening there. The last one, Chair, the National Water Infrastructure Agency. I'm hoping, and I do understand where the DG comes from with regards to the borrowing powers, that departments cannot do this, but that this entity can do this. That is borrowing. With a very grim picture that has already been presented or painted about the performance of Mahali's Water, Val Central Water, I hope that we not simply are going to celebrate the fact that this entity can have borrowing powers, thereby treating it, rather exposing it to the same risk as some of the state-owned companies that were bailed out from time to time without ever being able to show much for that. So these are my comments and questions with regards to that. The issues that I've raised. The last one, Chair, the flocculants that are used by water boards. My interest simply is, are these locally sourced or are these flocculants being imported? I just want to figure out, what the cost factors are, depending on the answer. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Ditebe, for all the questions and comments. On the cost factor, the last question, I will request the CFO to come in. On the Rubicon, how long projects are going to take, and how to accelerate that? I want to request through you, Chair, that we provide a clear implementation plan that will have clear timeframes on each and every phase, because these are not small projects and they go in accordance to some phases. So I want to request through you, Chair, that we are allowed to come and submit the clear action plan that will also indicate the time frames around that. We indeed the issue of Limpopo and Guyana water, as we said, that it has been one of our low in terms of ensuring that we deliver on time. It has a lot of challenges. That project, members who have been in this portfolio, they understand what we went through, and now this improvement that has been done. However, we appreciate that this is part of clean governance, and this is part of accountability, that when the project has been put in place, it must be resourced accordingly, but not only just resourced, but the department must also play its own monitoring in terms of following up on what the project is supposed to do. And this is what the department has done. Hence, we are able to report positively that there are areas that are getting water there. We'll be going there with the Deputy President in the next 2 weeks. We'll be going to that area and ensuring that even on the issues that were once raised, I know Honorable Mushlala also raised that during the budget speech, that the water pipes, they just pass people in certain villages, and that might also encourage illegal connections if those people where the water pipes are passing by are not getting water, but the water pass as they see it. So we are also trying to attend to such. Some of the big projects that we have, like Umkomazi Dam, that will take about 3-4 years. We said let the water boards be flexible to build a smaller water resource, so that whilst the big project is unfolding, at least we must be able to assist in terms of the bulk water supply. On the 348 million that was supposed to be recovered, how far are we? Did we manage to recover this? I'll request the CFO to come in together with the DG. We will indeed, Honorable Chair, once all this consultation within all 9 provinces has been done, we will give you a comprehensive report. And that comprehensive report on these municipalities that are owing the water ports, we will attach the payment plan as agreed upon. Already we do have. For the Northern Cape, we are expecting Northwest to consolidate theirs, and the challenge is still around Free State. Hence, I said we spoke to Free State on Sunday. Once all that is done, we are going to give the portfolio committee the report and attach that this municipality who was owing us 385 million in terms of the port, this is what they are going to pay on a monthly basis, and as part of their service plan. Because if they commit to pay, we become flexible in terms of dropping the interest that they're going to be charged, but we must see the payment plan and be sure that that is happening. So we are going to consolidate that report when we are done with all the 9 provinces. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to start with, on the issue of chemicals for water and wastewater treatment, one of the chemicals which is widely used for water treatment is chlorine. Currently, there are only 2 manufacturers of chlorine in South Africa, local manufacturers, and they don't manufacture sufficient chlorine to meet the demand all the time. And occasionally, chlorine has to be imported, and there's sometimes delays in the importation of chlorine, which results in shortages of chlorine. Knowing that, we approached the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition, and they've started a program through their Emerging Industrialist program, in which they've identified 2 emerging industrialists who they're currently supporting to develop the capacity to manufacture chlorine to meet the additional demand in the market. We also approached National Treasury to see if they could issue a transversal contract for chlorine, so that municipalities would be able to place orders against that transversal contract. The motivation for doing that is to aggregate demand and increase and create sufficient demand and economy of scale for more companies to enter into the market to manufacture chlorine. The National Treasury is also in the process. They've issued that transversal tender. I think they're currently processing it. There's also the issue of flocculants. And Risimati, could you add on the issue of flocculants? Flocculants are used in the wastewater treatment process. Risimati?
Thanks, DG. I think the issue raised is a bit more scientific, because in your wastewater treatment plant, there is a sedimentation process and filtration processes, which the chemicals that, for instance, DG spoke about at the end of the entire value chain are basically utilized to ensure that that same effluent which came in as storage gets cleaned and treated before it gets discharged into the stream. So, but it all ties up to much of which how these wastewater treatment plants are operating. That's why when we do our drop assessment, we also check on the capacity of these municipalities to see if they do have process controllers, because they perform a critical function to ensure that these treatment facilities work properly. But of critical is exactly what DG has mentioned. But what the department is doing is just to ensure that the processes from the head of works, where the storage enters the plant, to your digesters and until the filtration and the entire processes meets our request standards, so that by the time the water is discharged into the stream, it meets with our requirements. But these are mostly scientific. But however, we have very little control, especially on the industry, on how they do the pricing of these. But the facilities of wastewater treatment plants still needs to be designed to ensure that they discharge effluent that meets our requirement. The rest of the entire flocculation, sedimentation, and the rest are more in the integral part of how the treatment works operate. I don't think it's a space where we can basically go into details with the DG. Thanks.
Thanks, Risimati. Would you also like to answer the question on RPIC?
Yes, the question that was raised by the honourable member is basically much on the on 4 provinces: Eastern Cape, Free State, Limpopo, as well as Northwest. And I'll just give a high-level summary for this. Chair, in the previous administration, the former minister established Operation Gulelamet in Northwest. And that was aimed at addressing some of these old bulk infrastructure projects, where most of the projects were stuck, they were not moving, much of which were funded through our RBIC. There's a similar intervention in terms of Eastern Cape, but what the department is doing through our regional offices to identify projects that are not moving. Our provincial heads throughout the country, they do have weekly meetings to address or identify these poor performance projects, to identify some of the bottlenecks. And they do, Chair, I must say, escalate some of these bottlenecks to executive mayors in those municipalities where municipal managers are failing to act. And they also have standing monthly infrastructure meetings that deals specifically with the grant management of these projects. So where provincial heads meet with all the water service authorities, they go project per project and look at what are the key bottlenecks. And over and above that, there's also physical meetings that we hold on a quarterly basis. There we are involved in COCTA, because as chair might be aware, that COCTA do have the project management unit that are actually stationed in most of the municipalities. So we also meet with them to ensure that we do the turnaround strategies. But a good thing maybe to note, DG, is that even in those meetings, provincial treasurer is part of those meetings because they also monitor the expenditures of these grants in the provincial level. So we do have those meetings as part of us doing oversight as actually controlled within our DORA framework. But this runs across the country. In the Free State, the provincial head does the same. In Limpopo, the provincial head does the same. And maybe the last point is that I also oftentimes do visit the province's chair in the level of the DDG to enforce compliance. And the past 2 weeks, I spent 2 days in Limpopo, where I had the meetings with all the water service authorities who went through all our grants performance, and we unlocked some of these bottlenecks, and we provide reports even to the level of the minister and the DG. So I thought I should just put through that as part of our monitoring tool. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Rizimati. CFO, can you respond on the issue of the 328 million from Warren Leaks?
Yeah, yes, thank you, DG. The 348 million that is reported here relates to unauthorized expenditure. As indicated on the slide, this was mainly due to expenditure which was incurred without budget allocation. We have also indicated that the SIU is currently busy with the investigation. From our side as a department, there wasn't any indication of having to recover any funds from this overspending. It was merely non-compliance with the Public Finance Management Act. However, the SIU will be investigating this program fully, and the department will also update the portfolio committee on the matter.
Thank you very much, CFO. And then finally, Chairperson, the question on the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency. I think we concur with the honourable member that addressing this municipal non-payment issue is key to the financial sustainability of the sector, whether or not we have the NWRIA. What will happen, what we're currently doing if the water boards are not paying us fully for the invoices for raw water, is forcing us to reduce our maintenance and operation expenditure on the National Water Resource Infrastructure. We aren't overspending and spending money that we don't have. We just have to reduce our amount of expenditure on maintenance and operation. And the NWRA will also have to do the same. It won't spend money that it doesn't have, but it won't be able to maintain and operate the infrastructure as effectively as it could if the water boards are unable to pay for the raw water. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Ramahila, your questions?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Minister, Deputy, the DG, and my colleagues. I would also like to start by also appreciating the progress report that has been provided, especially as far as Guyana project is concerned. But would further like to request that similar projects that fall within the basket of the same MTEF period as Guyana that are also delayed should also be attended to. We appreciate very much that. Secondly, we would like to appreciate the financial performance, getting 99.8 so exceptional, so excellent. We appreciate that, and I hope, Minister, you'll also be able to invite colleague sector departments for benchmarking. Now, in as far as the death to water board is concerned, I agree it's a disaster waiting to happen. The process of intervention mechanism must just be expedited. Now, relating to that is the Water Services Amendment Bill. I haven't familiarized myself with that, But one challenge that I know water service authorities have is that they do not regard water service provision as a trading service, and therefore normally in municipalities, that service is not ring-fenced. The income that comes from that service just falls within one pool. I'm not sure whether the amendment bill goes to the extent of enforcing the ring fencing of the water services provision. I thought that is something like that. I might also suggest that maybe it gets taken into consideration as far as that is concerned. And my question will be on the fourth quarter. The first one is that the fourth quarter report notes on page 5 that numerous projects have experienced unacceptable delays, impeding their progress. And what are these delays, and how will the DWS prevent them from recurring in the near future? The other one is with regard to the fourth quarter again. The report on page 7 shows that local municipalities receive an amount of 12.2 billion of the 2023-24 financial year to address water and sanitation infrastructure backlogs and refurbishment of the dilapidated infrastructure. So we say local municipalities have received this money to address water sanitation challenges. Is the DWS achieving value for the money as far as this is concerned? And the last one on that quarter is that as far as the question on the bucket eradication program is concerned, with the goal of eliminating the bucket system in informal human settlement. However, the Department of Water and Sanitation has encountered difficulties in its execution. The fourth quarter reports that the government-appointed service providers have not succeeded in eliminating the remaining 10,798 bucket systems in the Free State province. When can the anticipated completion or eradication of this bucket system in Free State and other areas, former human settlements, be dealt with? But again here, I think the matter is how the department reports in terms of remedial measures. That does not give us a full extent of us understanding what the challenges are in that regard. And my last two questions would relate to the first quarter. That is the issue on in the first quarter report. The department announced the appointment of at least 120 additional technical staff to help with the water use license applications, aiming to achieve 90-day turnaround time. Will the department solely handle the water use license application with the additional staff it has just recruited? And if so, we wish to commend the department for ensuring that it achieves this important target. And this is related to also issues that comes from the president that needs to be addressed. My last one, Chair, will relate to that in terms of expenditure on the two grants, the regional bulk infrastructure grant, that the Eastern Cape has spent the least for the first quarter with 13.1% and 3.2% respectively. What measures will the National Department put in place to ensure that the province spends all its allocation by the end of the financial year? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Ramaila, we will try to ensure that the strategy that we've used in terms of unblocking the Giyani project is also used in other projects. We appreciate your guidance on that. Because once we declare and that this project will take so many years, we create hopes to our people, and we cannot just let our people down. It was unfortunate that this project has taken rather too long to service our people. On the financial accountability, indeed, we are doing all what we could to ensure that we account accordingly to what was allocated to us. That is part of good governance. On the issue of debts that are owed to our board. Our main objective is to rescue all our boards. We don't want to see what happened to the previous boards, because if they get bankrupt, it does not only affect one municipality, the one that has not paid, but it affects the entire province that the water board is servicing. Hence, our engagement are so robust in ensuring that we don't wait until the last hour, and wherein the municipality is unable to meet its constitutional obligations, we'll have to come up with clear remedial action to say what could be done on this municipality that must not affect other municipalities. Unfortunately, municipality represent our people. Hence, the quick way of engaging with premiers of provinces to understand the gravity of what could happen if this municipality collapses. But now it seems as if there is a political willingness to rescue, even on the side of the provinces, to rescue our water boards. So we, as we said, that once all that is done, we are going to ensure that we update the portfolio committee. Indeed, if all municipalities could do proper maintenance on the infrastructure and use the infrastructure municipal infrastructure grant and ring fence that, and hence we are working with a treasury to ensure that that is done. That should be implemented. That will save us. Save them as municipality in terms of the water that they are unable to account for, because the most of the bulk of the municipality is because of that they cannot account for this water. But when that water leaves our water resource, it goes to them. So when you meet that water on the street where it's not supposed to be, then it is municipality that is supposed to pay, and the debt is going up day by day. On the issue of bucket eradication, I think we in our presentation we are saying that that project was mainly for 2014. However, we are chasing a moving target here. The more the population is growing, the more there is invasion in terms of the land, informal settlement. When they are there, the Human Rights Commission will instruct municipalities to give sanitation facilities, and the quickest way that municipalities are doing is bucket system. So we are chasing a moving target, and those informal settlements that have just mushroomed, they are not within that project that was assigned to us, and therefore municipalities must deal with that. That is why in our budget vote, we said we are also exploring some ways of dry sanitation that is going to be healthier and that is going to give dignity to our people. And some of municipalities have already plugged to that, but it is not enough. It is not enough, I must say. Because when they do that, and there's an instruction from Human Rights Commission, then they have to act and ensure that they supply water, they supply sanitation facilities. However, we are monitoring the situation. Whilst it is not entirely our overall mandate, we assist to intervene where need arises, but with this informal settlement, it's so difficult to know exactly where we are now because it's growing day by day. Let me allow the officials to respond on other matters as well as DM Sitlulu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was a question on whether the Water Services Amendment Bill will introduce ring fencing of revenue from the sale of water for the water function. It would be beyond the mandate and powers of DWS to put that in a bill. It would have to be done by National Treasury. I don't think the MFMA will enable us to prescribe through our legislation on ring fencing of revenue at municipal level. But having said that, the amendment bill does clarify further to the existing Water Services Act what are the functions of water services authorities and what are the functions of water service providers. And it clarifies that billing and revenue collection and supply chain management and HR are all water service provider functions and therefore should all be contained within the water service provider, which to a certain extent is moving towards ring fencing the function as a ring fence function within the municipality. Perhaps, Chairperson, as I indicated, National Treasury is implementing this reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Program, which is going some way towards requiring metropolitan municipalities to, in some form, to ring fence their revenues from the sale of water for the water function. So again, I would suggest that further inquiries in this regard should be referred to National Treasury as to how that could be done more broadly in all municipalities around the country. There was a question as to whether we're obtaining value for money from the grants that we give to the municipalities. In answer to that, I would say that we have, since we established our water services branch in the department about two and a half years ago, we've greatly strengthened our oversight over the expenditure of these grants. And we've also strengthened our planning processes. We're now very strict with regard to the planning processes, and we make sure that the planning processes are done very thoroughly for the grants, and that proper feasibility studies are done and proper planning is done through the various planning stages before we make the allocation to the municipalities. So I would say that we're obtaining, we've improved the value for money over the last 3 years greatly over what was done, what was achieved previously. There is, however, still a problem that we provide money to municipalities to build new infrastructure, and then quite often the municipalities don't adequately maintain that infrastructure, and it deteriorates rapidly. And sometimes we're having to give money repeatedly to municipalities to refurbish infrastructure which has deteriorated rapidly due to a lack of maintenance. I'd like to ask Rizimati to answer some of the other questions. Rizimati?
Thanks, DG. Thanks, Chair. I think just to put a liner on what the DG has mentioned now on the value for money for our projects. Part of what we are doing, the department is basically currently capacitating the water services intervention. And it's actually getting more technical engineers to oversight these projects that we are implementing. But what the department has done as well, Chair, is we ensure that when projects are being planned, our professional engineers, our planning engineers are not absent to the entire process. The challenges of overpricing of projects, wrong planning of projects that becomes a white elephant and are not actually integrated to the MIG reticulation project as well. Those are the things that we have actually ring-fenced. So we are now starting to reap the harvest, and I think the evidence is being shown in Guyana, where we're able to link from the source to the bulk and to the reticulation because the planning was basically accelerated and integrated. on the question of the bucket eradication, the question was asked whether we'll be able to complete this in our lifetime or it will be perpetual. Chair, we can confirm that there's been much progress on the BEP, but maybe if I can take a point here, Chair, to say there's been quite a lot of misunderstanding and misconceptions, specifically when it comes to the bucket eradication program. And I think Minister has hinged this on the fact that the conditions on the ground are not as practical as we read them on paper. Part of the challenges that emanated in this project was there was never or prior studies technically to determine if the projects can be implemented, part of which were issues of groundwater challenges. There were no engineering designs. There were no proper pricing of the project. Now, it therefore becomes a project that you design as you go. And I think all of us will agree that technically that is not how project needs to be implemented. But what the department has done is to ring fence internally our engineering services to ensure that we don't outsource much of the engineering designs. We do them in-house and we do project monitoring ourselves. Now, all these changes and also developing acceleration plans has actually resulted in us making strides in this project. And just to curb yourself, Chair, is that we have at least about 3 projects in Arlington, in Reyes, as well as Dalesville, which we are sitting on average about 90% or so. Now, the target of these is they should be functional by the end of this current calendar year. The balance of those like Fixburg, Senegal, Clocolan, as well as Petra Stains, we are projecting them to receive at least functional completion by the end of this current financial year. Now, that is one progress that has been achieved to date. And I think the next quarter report, the Q2, will be able to reflect further on this. The last part is the Eastern Cape issue. I think I've alluded to the fact that there are actually monthly meetings that we are having with our water service authorities. We've identified some of those key hotspot areas like Magana, where the provincial head in Eastern Cape holds constant meetings. We've also integrated COCTA and National Treasury of the province to form part of these interventions because some of the challenges are beyond what the department can do, such as lead procurement processes, but the department, through our regional heads, is actually accelerating. You will see in the next quarter, Chair, that there's actually progress in terms of the Eastern Cape targets. It's so unfortunate that by the time we had dust on the ground, we had already gone over our reporting cut line for the quarter, but there's actual progress on the ground. Thanks, DG.
Thanks, President Marty. The final question, Chair, is about the additional staff that we hired for the water use licensing. Yes, those 120 staff have all been hired to focus on water use licensing. We prioritized our very limited available budget to hire more staff, to hire additional staff for water use licensing because it is a priority and it's key for economic growth that we issue water use licenses timelessly and efficiently, and we get a high volume of water use license applications all the time. And in terms of the National Water Act, assessing these water use license applications is quite complicated. There are obligations that we have to follow from the National Water Act to ensure that we protect water resources before we issue a water use license. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Dlilanga.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me first and foremost welcome the presentation by the department and appreciate the issues that they've raised on their presentations, which shows that there is a work in progress, of course, with some difficulties. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to manage some of those difficulties moving forward. I've only got a few questions that right on by the department, just only 3. The first one is more about the implementation of the 2022 preferential procurement regulations, which mandate government departments to allocate a portion of their procurement spend to designated groups, such as women, youth, and people living with disabilities, which I think the government itself has made some significant progress. But over the few years, the department has faced challenges on meeting the targets for people living with disabilities. The question then, therefore, what measures will the department take to guarantee, as the committee, that this target will be achieved? On page 30, on the 4th quarter report, notes that the department has successfully completed 11 out of the expected 31 projects nationwide, which are funded by the Regional Park Infrastructure Grant. How will the department guarantee the completion of this project before the end of the financial year? Also, what assistance does the department provide to struggling municipalities or the provinces, which I think that has partly been answered by members. The last one is on the water services infrastructure grant projects, where the 4th quarter reports on page 30 indicate that 2 provinces, Gauteng and Western Cape, plan to complete 10 and 12 projects, but have achieved 0 and 5, respectively. What are the main reasons for not completing these 2 projects in those provinces? And what are the plans in place in the future that when projects planned, they become completed in line with the time frames? Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciating the questions from Honorable Dlelanga. Can I quickly, Chair, pass these questions to CFO and DG as they impact on the financial side, please, through you, Chair.
Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll answer the first question, and then Rizimati will answer the second 2. The latest version of the preferential procurement regulations changed from the previous version. In the latest version of the preferential procurement regulations, which are currently still in effect, they don't allow for set-asides. The previous old version of the preferential procurement regulations allowed you to set aside, and it had a clause in there, for example, for construction projects, that we could ensure that up to 30% was allocated to certain groups. But that was taken out in the later version of the preferential procurement regulation. So currently, the process that we're required by the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act and the regulations to follow is that we have to allocate either 10 out of 100 points for preferences, or 20 out of 100 points for preferences. And then we have to apply in the tender evaluation process, we have to allocate those points. And then we have to, by law, appoint the highest scoring bidder in terms of points. So that limits our ability to, for example, ensure that a certain amount of work goes to, for example, companies with a majority of shareholding by disabled people. This issue is going to change with the new procurement bill or procurement act, which has now been passed by Parliament, but which is not yet in effect. Apparently, the new procurement act brings back an allowance for set-asides. National Treasury is still currently developing regulations to enable us to start implementing the new procurement bill. But in the meantime, we have to continue implementing the former preferential procurement regulations. Once the new Procurement Act becomes effective, when Treasury has issued the regulations, then we will be able to, for example, identify certain projects or portions of projects which we can, for example, set aside for companies with the majority shareholding of people with disabilities, and then we'll be in a better position to achieve the targets. We'll have more control of our ability to achieve the targets that are set. Mzimati?
Thanks, DG. Chair, I think the two questions about the RBIC for the project that were reflected in Q4 to support the struggling provinces. I'll just rehash what I've said, but just to put an emphasis that we do, Chair, hold those one-on-one, and perhaps which is crucial for the committee to note is that the department has actually looked at all the old projects that have actually been delayed. We have actually identified those. Those are the projects that falls within the ministerial intervention under water services. So they cut across all provinces, be it RBIC as well as WSIG. But for the case in point, what we do through our provincial heads, especially in the Eastern Cape and the rest of the country, we hold our quarterly meetings with these water service authorities. We then elevate challenges. Part of the challenges, Chair, are procurement. That takes time for municipalities to complete. The other challenges are projects get hijacked on the ground. The projects can get site establishment, and then you get people who feel entitled to come and demand money for those projects, and they end up organizing themselves as business so and so, but they hijack this project and it delays the implementation of the project. So those are some of the key challenges that stops us from moving. On Gauteng, we have identified municipalities that have actually contributed to us delaying. One is Mogale City. Mogale City, Chair, we have intervened there. We ensure that the late submissions of business plans was actually accelerated so that the project starts in time, and we are also helping them with the implementation of those projects so that the allocated funding get spent. And in some instances, Chair, where there are capacity issues with our municipalities, the department has gone as far as identifying water boards where we use them as the implementing agent. And in this case, we have used the Lepelle Northern Water in Limpopo to accelerate some of the projects under Mopani, which is part of us where we are identifying gaps. And we do the same also in the Eastern Cape, where we have used Amatola Water to implement some projects under Makana municipality. Those are some of the key issues to sum up the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'd like to acknowledge the department. Thank you very, very much for coming to give us these much needed updates. I just need to know with the delayed projects, Honorable Galanga just emphasized what I needed to know in terms of the plans that are accelerated plans on all these delayed projects. Do we have a blanket approach in terms of the accelerated plans that go out throughout the project? Like my honorable colleague, Honorable Ramaila, has mentioned that we would like to see a replication of an acceleration of projects, just as we have seen with the Guyana Water Project. So I'd like to know from the department's end, is it a blanket approach or is it a project by project basis when it comes to speaking to these projects that are delayed, particularly in the Limpopo, Northwest and the Eastern Cape? I think those are the particular provinces that I'd like us to zone in on. Also, when we speak about delays in procurement, that seems to be one of the reasons why our projects are delaying, because our procurement processes are not helping us expedite the progress. Do we have an end in sight where we are seeing a reformation of the procurement processes, especially in municipalities? I think when we speak about acceleration plans and procurement processes at a level of the municipality, I think we need to start really honing in and zoning in to see if there is some sort of reformation on that level. My other question relates to municipalities which seem to be operating with impunity. And I say this because we see that in most times the department has said that they have agreed, they have said on word of mouth, and they have not honored their agreements. So beyond this diplomatic and maybe multi-stakeholder platforms that they're holding as a department, do we have a mechanism that is binding on these municipalities to say to the municipalities, you need to start paying? And I mean, if we look at debt collection on a private level, other companies are much more effective in terms of collecting their debt. I need to know, are we creating a mechanism that has teeth that could compel these municipalities to start acting accordingly? I think in most cases, our municipalities are failing duly, mostly or solely because of political will. There is a lack of political will in terms of holding them accountable or taking them to task. And I think that within these multidisciplinary meetings and diplomatic approaches that we have to, with the intention of supporting them, we need to really have some sort of mechanism that comes out that says we will take you to task. And I need to know if the department is in any way venturing into looking at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciating the comment and the questions from Honorable Kome. We take to note that if we are able to be successful on accelerating the Guyane, can that be done on both Eastern Cape and Gauteng? We are noting that. Let me allow the DG and Resimati and CFO to respond when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister, do you want to respond?
And no, Chairperson. I think that the questions the DG and the DDGs will be able to address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DG?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start and then I'll ask Resimati to add. We don't take a blanket approach. We do take a project by project approach because the reasons for delays in projects differ. And this applies to both our national water resource infrastructure projects as well as the water services projects. So, for example, there are different reasons for the delays in some of the national water infrastructure projects. For example, the Umkomazi Dam has been delayed for about 10 years. And the reason for that is because there aren't many opportunities left in that area of KwaZulu-Natal to build more dams, to capture surface water, and the remaining opportunities are expensive. So the Umkomazi Dam is going to be expensive, and that resulted in the eThekwini municipality not being willing to sign a takeoff agreement for many years because they were worried about the impact it would have on tariffs that would have to be charged to the residents and businesses in eThekwini. What we had to do to accelerate that project and unblock it was very specific. We had to go to Treasury together with the Infrastructure Fund and find a solution which resulted in Treasury agreeing to provide a 25% grant to reduce the cost of the project and a 25% loan to the TCTA to further reduce the cost of the project. And that finally resulted in the eThekwini municipality being willing to sign an offtake agreement and signing it in January of this year. If you look at another project like, for example, the Umzimvubu water project and the Intabalanga Dam there, that project has also been delayed for a long time. And there were different reasons why that was delayed. That's a social project. Initially, it had been designed to be very ambitious and to also include an ambitious hydropower dam as well as the Intabalanga Dam. And what was needed to unblock that and accelerate it was different. There we had to re-look at the design of the project to make it more affordable. For many years, we were unable to get a sufficiently large allocation from the budget to fund it. So we re-looked at the design of it and we reconfigured the project so that it would be more affordable. And that resulted in eventually National Treasury agreeing to fund it as a social project, but just focusing on the Intabalanga Dam. So that's just two examples of, Chairperson, where the reason for delays in projects are different depending on the different projects, and each requires a different strategy for unblocking it and accelerating it. Rizimoti?
Thanks, DG. Just to add on what DG has mentioned, just on the municipal level, we don't use a blanket approach also in those interventions because there are various challenges. Some might be because there was never any proper planning done. We may choose to do planning in-house by using our own panel of consultants, but as well as our own engineers to develop some of those business plans until they go through the funding process. But in some cases, you find that municipalities over years, they've lost the technical capacity, they've lost the capacity to manage projects, and therefore it resulted in us converting their grants schedule from direct to indirect. And where it becomes indirect, where the department holds the grants and wait for every payment to certify it through the CFO, there we provide additional support. And in this case, we may identify a water board to be the implementing agent. And a case in point in the Northwest is where in the Nagamudir there, we are utilizing Mahalis Water as the implementing agent for some projects in Dinokana and some other areas. And I must say, Chair, that we are at an advanced stage as well in that part to take much of the other projects that have been delayed in the area through Mahalis Water as the implementing agent. And the same, as you might be well aware, is happening in Mfuleni, where we are using Rand Water as the implementing agent because we deal with the issues case by case. In Mpumalanga, we have a different case where in Likwa, we are using Hertzibande, which is a municipality to be the implementing agent for the intervention in Likwa municipal. So it's a case by case. It depends on the conditions on the ground. But that's how we were handling the issues. Thank you, DG.
Thank you, Rizimoti. Then there was also a question on whether we have a binding mechanism to make municipalities pay the water boards. And I think the short answer to that is no, we don't. So the water boards are forced to implement credit control measures such as restricting water supply to the municipality, which is not an optimal mechanism because it means that even the people who are paying their water bills suffer because of the water restriction, or to take the municipality to court, or to try and get an order of court to attach the municipality's account. And those are also not optimal mechanisms because in terms of intergovernmental relations and cooperation, the kind of cooperation that's envisaged in the Constitution between the different spheres of government, we should try and avoid having different spheres of government take each other to court. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. Honorable Musikatsi, it's your turn now.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DG, honorable members. Minister, I only have 4 questions to ask. The questions is based on the report of the Auditor General and also the Water and Sanitation report. My first question is, how many water supply systems do we have across the country? And please highlight how many are non-compliant. My second question is, what mechanisms are in place to enforce the blue drop status compliance of the South African National Standard 214? The third question, what is the progress in achieving universal equitable access to drinking water for all by 2030? My last question is, what steps are being taken by the department to ensure compliance with the United Nations guideline on drinking water quality? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you to Honorable Musikatsi. Let me mandate Risimati to respond to this.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, on the question is with regard to access to water services. Up until now, the standard by which access to water services is measured is what we call the RDP standards. We are currently revising the norms and standards, the minimum norms and standards for water services. As I mentioned, we published them for public comment, and we're busy looking at those comments now, and we might need to republish the revised norms and standards. But the current minimum norm for access to water is to have access to a standpipe within 200 meters of your house. Now, currently, Stat South Africa is measuring access to that kind of level of service, which is the current level of service. And we rely on the Stats SA statistics, which are official statistics for our planning and monitoring work as the department. In terms of those Stats SA statistics, approximately 90% of the population has access to the minimum RDP level of service currently, and that has increased from approximately 55% in 1994. What Stats SA is not yet measuring is the reliability of the service. So Stats SA simply checks whether there's a communal standpipe within 200 meters of a household, or whether there's a household connection. But Stats SA is not measuring whether the quality of the water coming out of the tap always meets drinking water quality standards, or whether the water is reliably coming out of the tap all the time. According to our own assessments, the reliability of the service has deteriorated as indicated by the green and blue drop reports. So while access is improved, reliability has deteriorated. In recent years, the access has plateaued at about 90%. And we think that's because municipalities are increasingly using their MIG and their RBIG and WISIG grants to rehabilitate or refurbish existing infrastructure rather than to provide new infrastructure to increase that access. However, we are attempting as the department with our work with municipalities on planning that Rizimati has talked about, to encourage municipalities to prioritize projects using the grants to meet that remaining 10% of lack of access. I should also just clarify that the statistics from Statistics South Africa don't mean that everywhere in the country 90% of people have access to an RDP level of service. That's an average figure for the whole country. So in some parts of the country, people have there's 100% access to that RDP level of service. But in other parts of the country, particularly in rural areas, which were in former homeland areas, there's a much lower level of access, and in some areas of the country, the level of access can still be as low as 10 or 20%. And we're particularly focusing on those areas in terms of encouraging the municipalities to utilize their grants to provide access to water infrastructure. With the amendments that we're proposing to the national norms and minimum norms and standards for water services that we've gazetted, we're proposing that RDP level of service of having a communal standpipe within 200 meters of a house or household should be upgraded to having a household connection, which would change the figures in terms of accessibility. Kolani, can I ask you to come in to talk about the water systems across the country and their compliance and the South African National Standard 214? Kolani?
Thanks, DG. In terms of our blue drop reports, which we released last year, 2023, we have a total number of systems of about 958. So their level of compliance will vary. For example, those that are critical, it will be about 29%, which is 277. And those that scored poorly, we had about 174, which is about 18%. But those that, if I move quickly to those who scored about 95 to 100%, which were the excellent, we had only 26 out of 958, which is about 3%. And those that are scoring good, 108, 11%. We've got the scores per province, and we have been immediately after the release of the report, we sent the letters of non-compliance to all the municipalities which scored below average poor and critical. We have received about 74% of responses with corrective action plans. But in terms of compliance with Sense 241, the municipalities are obligated in terms of the Water Services Act, where they test water and they determine that it is not meeting the compliance in terms of Sense 241. They have to inform their constituencies or the communities so that the people are aware that the water that they are drinking does not meet the minimum standards. Thank you, teacher.
Thank you very much. So the standards that we have in our norms and standards and prescribed by the Water Services Act for drinking water quality are based on international standards. And when we do the Blue Drop report, we check compliance with those standards in our legislation and in our norms and standards, which are related to the international norms and standards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. One question from my side. More than 99% of your 23-24 budget was spent while you only achieved 70% of your targets. And this is a trend now for the last few years. There are 30% worth of target that is not accounted for in the expenditure. I would like to know whether this is a budget problem or over expenditure, that you have overspent on the 70%, or you did not manage to budget correctly. Thank you.
DG?
Can I come in on that? Thank you, Minister. Chairperson, it's neither of those. There isn't a linear relationship between the budget and the targets. You might have a target which requires a very small amount of budget, and you might have another target which requires a large amount of budget. So it's not necessarily the case that that there's a proportional relationship between your expenditure and your achievement of targets. It's just the way that the APP, the Annual Performance Plan system, is designed. And it's not designed to have a linear relationship or a proportional relationship between expenditure and targets. We can have a number of targets which require very little expenditure, but we can have other targets which require a huge amount of expenditure, and that explains why there can be a difference between your percentage expenditure and your percentage of achievement of targets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, is there anybody that would like to ask a follow-up question or another question that's not related to these reports? Honourable Mahila? Matlala, sorry. Honourable Matlala, my apology.
No, thanks so much, Chair. Just a few questions. Firstly, let me start by saying that in a constitutional democracy, there's different views and critiques, and they are really essential for holding the executive accountable. Chair, the failures in Guyana over the past 30 years are due to corruption within the government. The project has faced delays, and there are still delays even now. We cannot ignore the reality of the situation. Funds have been stolen and wasted, and we must address these issues openly rather than pretending that everything is fine. I heard someone saying that other political parties must acknowledge or what. We are not going to acknowledge as if things are going proper. We are here to hold executive into account. If things are coming proper, we'll tell you, not at the moment. So my first question is with regards to the 60% of project funding from private company. So what is the department doing to secure around 60% of project funding from private companies? What have been the results of these efforts? And how do they affect partnership between the government and private sector in the water industry? In all these efforts and consideration, we must firmly remember that water should never, ever be privatized. It's for the public, it's for the people. Another question, Chair, is can the department please provide an update of the Water Board's compliance with the South African National Standard, the SANS, for safe drinking water and their progress in meeting service delivery objective? And lastly, Chairperson, what is the impact of key projects such as Umzimvubu water projects, the Lesotho Highlands water project, and the Clan William Dam in terms of their current status? Any deviations from the planned project timelines and deliverables? Lastly, Chair, how effectively are the water boards addressing irregular expenditure and managing water losses? And what impact have these measures had on their overall performance? Can you provide an update on the water boards? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcoming the questions from Honorable Mutlala. I want to assure Honorable Mutlala that we have no intention of privatizing water whatsoever. Otherwise, if we privatize water, it means this department must not exist. We understand that water is one of our spacious natural resource. We understand what it means that a government must be a regulator and ensure that we provide a bulk water supply and we build more of water resources. That is why our budget is based on exactly on that. So there are no intentions of privatizing water. We're on the mega projects, we were very upfront during our policy or budget speech that we take note and acknowledge that these bulk projects they've been delayed and now they are unblocked. I think what the portfolio committee might expect from us. Where we just tabled the priority projects. That was in July. We are in August now. We cannot therefore start by saying they might not be able to be implemented. I think we must provide, as I said earlier on, Honorable Chair, that maybe we must provide the committee with the implementation plan. These are mega projects. They are not over 6 months, 12 months, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. So we must be able to give a clear plan so that if there is any diversion, we're diverting anywhere, then we can be able to explain. So currently, we are unable to say they are not going to be implementable. Allow us to give you a clear. We have already crafted a clear implementation plan on all these bulk projects that have been unblocked for this year. Let me call on DG to respond on other questions. Thank you.
DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the issue of the 60% funding for natural water resource projects, it's not funding from companies, ordinary companies. This is money that is raised in the financial markets. The TCTA issues bonds in the financial markets. The investors in those bonds are the major banks and the pension funds. So, for example, the Public Service Pension Fund is one of the major investors, and other pension funds of workers and ordinary South Africans invest in these projects because they see this as a blue chip investment, as a secure investment to make a return, to enable people to get pensions from their pension money. We don't have enough money in the fiscus in South Africa to invest in all of these projects, to do the amount of investments required. And that's why we need to mobilize private sector funding. But because water is financially self-sustaining, is not funded from income tax and VAT, it means that there's a constant revenue stream from the sale of water. And that provides an opportunity to raise money from the private sector because you have the revenue stream which can be used to pay off loans, which means that by drawing on private sector finance, we can raise the capital that government doesn't have, and use the revenue stream to pay off that capital over time. So the short answer to Honourable Mokhala's question is that we wouldn't be able to be doing projects such as Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 and Umkomazi project, which are going to provide the urgently needed water for Gauteng and eThekwini, which is required for us to move away from having water supply disruptions in those two areas, if we weren't able to raise this money on the markets. And both of those projects the Lesotho Highlands project is fully funded by bonds issued by the TCTA, which are invested in by the major banks and the pension funds, and the Umkomazi project is going to be 50% funded from such financing, and we wouldn't be able to do those projects. There simply isn't the money in the fiscus if we didn't raise that money on the markets. Now, it's not privatization, it's just a financial mechanism to enable us to do the projects, as I've described. In terms of the National Water Act, water is nationalized. And the National Water Act indicates how you have to, if you want to use water which is nationalized, you have to apply for a water use license. And no one can privatize water and say that water is privately owned. You can only use water if you have a water use license. With regard to the compliance of the water boards, we do assess the compliance to drinking water standards of the water boards through the Blue Drop report. Chairperson, I'd like to commit that we send you the results of those summary results of those drinking water quality tests for all the water boards shortly. And then in terms of the non-revenue water boards, the losses in water boards, the water boards have very low losses. For example, Rand Water's losses in its systems are are less than 5%, which is extraordinary by international standards. Of course, the water boards tend to have much smaller distribution systems. They produce water and they store the water in reservoirs, and they have relatively short distribution systems. The municipalities have the lengthy distribution systems where a lot of the losses occur. Water losses are low in the water boards, but we can also commit to providing detailed information per water board on the water losses after this meeting. And then finally, Chairperson, I'd like to ask Toko to talk a little bit about irregular expenditure by the water boards.
Thank you, DG, Minister, DMs and Chairperson. Thank you very much. In terms of the irregular expenditure of water board, it is mainly related to the capital projects, and most of it have been already covered by the CFO in his presentation. It relates to historical projects in for instance, in Lepelle, it is related to the Giyani project, but we have the actions on that one. It has been, we have mitigations, and we have dealt with that one. In terms of Mgeni, in the last financial year, they did have about 2 billion rand, but it was related also to the infrastructure projects, the managing of infrastructure. And as a result of all this, Chairperson, we have set up an oversight structure in addition to their audit committees, because they do have their own audit committees, and the chairperson of our audit committee is also chairing an independent oversight committee that is overseeing all the issues around irregular expenditure. They report on a quarterly basis, and those reports are assessed and tabled to Minister for noting. We can submit the detailed figures, Chairperson, within 7 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, we've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to ask Honourable Webster, she did not ask previously a question. If we can allow her to ask the question, and if there's other questions that really needs to be asked, can we maybe do that in writing unless it's a clarity question that you would like to ask? Honourable Webster, you are welcome to go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning to the Honourable Minister and to the fellow members as well as the department. Thank you, first of all, for the very detailed presentations and actually the comprehensive responses to the questions that have been asked. My question is around, I mean, and we've spoken extensively about some of what really are crises in some of the municipalities and some of the areas. So my question is around the intervention of the department in instances of crisis. So as an example, I was in Durban last week, where there is crisis in the areas of Phoenix, Verulam, Tongat, as it pertains to water. And I say crisis because the municipalities have not only failed with the provision of water, but in some instances they aren't even providing water tankers. And so, I mean, as an example, the Water Services Act makes provision for the department to appoint or give the status of water service provider to other entities and other organizations that are able to do that. And I think that in the instances of crises such as those, where there are areas, there's an area in Verulam that's gone without water for 2 to 3 months, and then there were no water tankers, that type of thing. That is something that should be explored and considered by the department. So I want to ask a twofold question, which says, in instances of crisis where genuinely there is no water, where people are not even employed and don't have the ability to be able to purchase water, as is happening in some areas where people have to purchase water, what interventions is the department able to do, or has historically done, or is considering? Secondly, that provision in the Water Services Act, has it been considered by the department in giving a water service provider status to some organizations that would be able to intervene in such instances?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Minister?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much to Honourable Webster. Chair, the issue of, let me start by this issue of water tankers. Chair, this is one of the biggest mafias, something that is called water tankers. The reason, especially around KZN, that we're unable to get water is because the water infrastructure, the water pipes get blown up by people who are running the water tankers because they want to subject municipality in hiring their trucks. So that is one thing that we have highlighted and lifted to the security cluster, that when we talk about water infrastructure, it must be looked at all fronts, because it is just not an accident that there's no water around Phoenix. There are people who are running water tankers who want municipalities to use their water tankers, but also most of the time, even those water tankers, they go and fetch water that is unpurified direct from the river and give to our people. So municipalities must also monitor such. And it is unfortunate that the Section 27 is a constitutional provision for municipalities to provide water. Where we intervene through the bulk water supply to extend or to build capacity around water conservation in that particular water catchment. But we can't be expected to deliver water or to provide water to residents unless we are encroaching on Section 27, which is the responsibility of municipality. However, there are a lot of interventions around eThekwini. There is even the presidential task team that is working in eThekwini in ensuring that eThekwini get assisted to provide water to the communities. But let DG Chief close it up because DG is also sitting in that task team. Thank you.
Thank you. DG, would you like to further respond?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. The Water Services Act in its current form doesn't give us authority to appoint a WSP. The Water Services Act needs to be read in conjunction with the Municipal Systems Act, and the Municipal Systems Act, Section 78, indicates that if a municipality is going to change from one form of WSP to another, it has to go through a public consultation process before appointing a different WSP. What the current version of the Water Services Act says in Section 63 is that in the kind of situation that Honourable Webster is talking about, that it has a broad wording to say that the minister can take over the function in the municipality. But in our experience, that is not practical, because the function is funded from the revenue from the supply of water. So if we were to take over the function, we would also have to take over the billing and revenue collection, which is under another part of the municipality. So to make it practical, we would basically have to take over the whole municipality, which we don't have legal authority to do. And these are the reasons why we have developed the amendments to the Water Services Act. So our amendments to the Water Services Act are going to address these issues. They're going to amend Section 63, and they're going to, if they are agreed to by Parliament and passed by Parliament, they will introduce a requirement for Water Services Authority to only appoint licensed water service providers which have an operating license from DWS, which we will use that process to ensure that water service providers have a minimum level of capability. But even so, in terms of the amended Act, it will not be us who will appoint the water service provider. It still remains the responsibility of the Water Services Authority to appoint a water service provider. As indicated by the Minister, going further than that would be at risk of going against the constitutional allocation of this function to municipalities. With regard to eThekwini, with the presidential intervention together with the Durban Chamber of Commerce, we are monitoring the implementation of a turnaround strategy which was passed by the Council of eThekwini, which we think is a very good turnaround strategy. As I mentioned earlier, we are now seized with the construction of Umkomazi Dam, which was developed for a long time. The basic problem in eThekwini is that there's a shortage of water. And that can only be addressed through constructing infrastructure such as Umkomazi Dam. But in the meantime, the situation can be alleviated by eThekwini municipality reducing the leaks in its water distribution systems, which are very high, which are around 48%. And we're also going to be assisting eThekwini to implement a strong awareness campaign and communications campaign, which we're doing in partnership with the World Bank 2030 Water Resources Group, which the presidential initiative together with the Durban Chamber of Commerce has agreed to, that they will support to emphasize the importance of residents of eThekwini to use water more sparingly to bring down the average consumption per capita per day. And that will reduce the number of water supply disruptions. eThekwini has two particular problems of very high levels of water losses in its distribution systems, but also it has a very high level of water consumption in terms of average liters per capita per day. And if both of those things can be addressed, then we can greatly reduce the risk of water supply disruptions in eThekwini while we're waiting for the Umkomazi project to come online. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Dithebe.
Chairperson, I've already shown my face. I don't know if you'd like me to do that yet again, but just two quick things, Chair. I understand that in certain parts of the country, there's resistance to that. So I'm asking this question just in relation to the whole crisis of the water losses, as well as the fact that people are just wasteful anyway. The other one, Chair, is with regards to, this is the last one, has the department thought about the future of MAP water and whether it can be subsumed under Val Central? We do know what happened when Bloem Water and Sidibeng were merged, but we're thinking long-term here with regards to efficiencies in terms of water supply in that part of the country, in Thabo Mofutsanyana, in Maluta Pofun, to be specific. So if they have thought about it, how long will it take to disestablish it and subsume it under Val Central? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister.
DG, can you quickly come?
Thank you, Chairperson. We agree that we need as a country to get behind the need for water conservation and demand management. We are emphasizing it in all of our engagements with municipalities, the need for them to address the leaks. It's a major priority and many municipalities have taken that on board. But it goes beyond leaks in municipal distribution systems. As Honourable Dithebe indicated, there is too much wasteful usage of water in South Africa, and we need to develop a general consensus across society that we need to change that. Otherwise, we are going to have water supply constraints in future. So the National Department has a key role to play in this regard. We need to develop much more effective communications and awareness campaigns in this regard than we've had in the past. And one of the things we need to do differently is to do this in very close partnership with civil society leaders and business, because there is a trust deficit in the country. Quite often when government people say that people must use water more sparingly and there isn't sufficient water, it's not believed. And people might think that government is trying to blame ordinary residents for it not doing its job properly. But we need to try and get as many leaders in society as possible to be saying the same thing, that we need to use water sparingly, or otherwise there are going to be water supply disruptions and water shortages. So we are, as I indicated, we are starting to do that. We're going to be starting to do that in Gauteng and eThekwini, working together with business leaders, civil society, with the assistance of the World Bank 2030 Water Resources Group. And then we'll need to do that. We'll need to learn the lessons from that to do that more widely around the country. In doing that, we are going to be taking the lessons from Cape Town, where when they were facing day zero, they had a very effective water conservation and demand management program, which very substantially reduced the average consumption per capita of water in Cape Town from above the international average to well below the international average. And what's very interesting about that is that reduction in average water consumption has been sustained. So even today, Cape Town is the city with the lowest average consumption of water per capita in the country, which means that awareness campaign that they had was very successful, and it's resulted in a sustained reduction in average consumption, or put the other way, it's resulted in a sustained increase in efficiency of water use and reduction in wasteful treatment of water. So we're going to be learning the lessons from what Cape Town did, and we're going to be applying that in what we'll be doing, working together with Gauteng municipalities and eThekwini municipality as well. Can I ask any colleagues, Rizimati, to answer the other question?
Thanks, DG. The other question is about MAP water, if the department is looking at integrating it to Val Central. I think the honorable member will have noticed that MAP water remains, it's a private entity out of the jurisdiction of the department. Yes, they're doing some work in the Maluta Pofung in terms of the water awareness campaigns, doing some road shows in the area, as well as they are somehow recognized themselves as a water service provider, but it's basically outside of what our water board is doing. As you may know, that the department has extended the roles of Val Central after reconfiguring it. So the department at the moment has not actually looked into that to consider if we have a role to play or not. The similar case, DG, happens in Tukela district, where you have Tukela Water, which is not the entity of the department, but it seeks to provide a similar service in that particular area, but the department has no role or control over it. Thanks, DG.
Thank you very much. Honourable Moore, you will be the last one for today.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be quick. I just, inspired by the previous questions, I wanted to ask the department whether they had any specific engagements ongoing that are current engagements with the cities of Ekurhuleni or the city of Johannesburg around their high water usage, and whether there are any specific engagements, not future plans, regarding those high water usage currently. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Chair, we have engaged with municipality of Ekurhuleni, and we think that they do have a clear plan on how to reduce water usage. but also their intention to build more water pumps so that they can be able to give people, especially on the high aerial places where they are unable to get water, whilst also attending to high water usage. Because one of the contributing factors to this high water usage is the non-revenue water. Because not all that water has been used by the communities, but it gets lost on the way. So we are also working with Johannesburg, and with Johannesburg, despite their high water usage, they are also having serious challenges when it comes to their reservoirs. Their reservoirs are not enough for the growing population of Johannesburg. There are instances where when there was a protest from the Ennerdale community because they are sharing a reservoir which is in the borders with Ekurhuleni, where they were unable to get that water. So if there are such issues, it therefore contributes to illegal connections. So Rand Water, working with these two municipalities, there is a clear plan that we must conserve water, and we are intending to have a water awareness around Johannesburg, campaigns around Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni in particular, as we observe the Water Week, which has been attended by Honorable Mahlobo in Stockholm. We also want to work with private sector in ensuring that we create awareness on why should people use water sparingly, because Gauteng, as a province, it is the highest in terms of water consumption. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much to the Minister and the Department for a fruitful engagement with the Department on the reports that served before this committee today. I would like just to say that you had a good performance the fourth quarter, and I think this is the best in the last 5 years. And I also would like to say that we recognize that National Treasury did not raise any issues for the committee to note on this court. For that, we would like to congratulate the Minister and the DG and the department for performing very well in the fourth quarter. Lastly, I just want to say that there's 3 reports that we will await from the department. It's the Guyana report, the action plan with timeframes, acceleration on the projects, and then the last one is the results on the water board's water quality report that the DG indicated that they will forward to us. Lastly, I just would like to ask to make sure that we get this preference procurement regulations so that we could send this to the to the members, and then we will have to look at where we can invite the National Treasury, build that into our program to invite them to talk on the reform of the Metropolitan Trading Services Program. With that said, I would like to conclude and then say thank you to everybody that was present. I hope everybody enjoyed the way we deal with questioning with the department, and we will see you all next week in person in Cape Town. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thank you, Minister, Chair, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you, Chair and Minister.